I know what I'm doing.
That makes one of us.
Yeah, right.
Hey.
Welcome, holy hell! Welcome all you new raiding friends to the Forever DM's Thrayne campaign. It's a bi-weekly game here on the Forever DM's Twitch, taking place inside the lovely world of Thrayne. But before we dive in to figure out what we've been doing here lately, Jacob, would you like to explain our fancy new dragon that we've got up and running?
I would love to, and to all the new people, what a time for some announcements, right? So, our little friend Kaida here that joined us from our Breakfast and Dragons game not long ago has officially invaded the channel. She is everywhere, including through a bot in channel. If you type exclamation point commands, you'll see a few ways you can interact with them. We're still training her though, so she doesn't know a whole lot of tricks just yet. So bear with us, check back in as we teach her some new tricks as we go along here. Emotes. I finally stopped dragging my feet, and we have emotes for our subscribers and bit donators. You will see them at the extension Forever 126, because I don't have any choice over what that looks like, because Twitch decides that for me.
Lame.
Eva 126, not with the R, because it cuts that off, because it's convenient like that. So, you will see a series of dragon-related emotes all tied into, provided by the lovely Kaida as well. Channel points. Channel points have been remade into NPC experience. That's right, you're the NPCs. You gain experience sitting here watching us. So,
Yes.
Check them out. Find some ways you can interact with us, including with enough points, putting on random silly hats. So, if there's more fun things you'd love to see with those types of interactions in ways that we can have fun with you all while we're sitting here telling our stories, please share them. We will take them into consideration, see what we can do. Let's see. Last announcement that I have is that we did recently, and there it is. All right, I will grab a hat in just a moment, unless somebody else wants to while I am doing these announcements. Last announcement is we did just recently. There we go. Got a hat. Love it. Look at that. Reese did, in fact, don his Robin Wizard's hat. I love it. We recently did a poll for our next up-and-coming charity one-shot, and by a very narrow factor, Mass Effect won that just barely over Call of Cthulhu. So, our next charity one-shot, whenever we figure out when we will be able to do that, will in fact be a Mass Effect one-shot. We hope y'all check it out whenever it comes in. I'm going to stop talking now because that was a lot. Gabe, back to you.
You're muted.
I swear I know what I'm doing.
One job
is to talk a lot. So before we jump in, the last thing I think is tune in for our next episode of Breakfast and Dragons coming up this week as my character continues his psychological breakdown and everyone carries him through a dungeon. Who's muted now?
Nope.
Breakfast and Dragons, where we like to say, I'm the DM, and we like to say the characters are made up, but the trauma is real.
Yes, the trauma is real. And on that note, as we come back in to the town of Schema, this festival town laid out above the Scheman Valley, built into the side of a cliff or bluff line, set into multiple tiers and preparing for a festival, a light, a natural, ethereal aurora that appears over the valley every full moon, and especially at the first huge, big festival full moon, tying in with the beginning of spring. Our party has arrived and met various folks, introduced themselves, made new friends, seeking out some of them a sage, a character of mystery and so far no real detail tied to, who can explain to them how these strange powers, some of them are beginning to manifest. Magic being long gone from this particular world is slowly finding its way back in. But we left off with Reese's own mental breakdown as Reese, our lovely friend from the former Lost Thrayne Empire, having met a former ally and avoided narrowly a person who wants his head, only to discover it is not really particular on where it stops. Only to discover that some sort of invading force rumored to be these giants. No one's seen giants forever, but big air quotes, giants, have invaded the northwestern corner of the warring states, or the former Lost Thrayne Empire. After a tense conversation, Reese had this moment of, do I go home? Do I not go home? What do I do? And we left off with everyone except for Nappy, Jubei taking a nap back in the inn after staying up all night for a gift for a dear friend.
Dragon nap.
But we pick back up. We pick back up with the remainder of the party, the four of you, Selu, Mist, Reese, and Kai, standing there watching the Lost Thrayne delegation, this group of warriors and retainers that had come for the festival, specifically for the sword tournament here, throwing barding and kit and gear on their horses, far more like a war party getting ready for the march than a peaceful delegation getting ready to leave. And Reese, as you stand there watching these people in familiar colors and banners and heraldry, Kellner, Jarl Josef Kellner, your friend, is walking right up to Aethoric Strong as he walks away from you.
I probably take a couple steps back in with like the group. Maybe we should go back to the inn.
Do you think it is best if we wake Jubei up for these?
We would probably like to know about it.
It depends. If we want the chance to get away from him, no.
I mean,
then
he
who
did
would
give you
cook
the
our
sword.
food?
Sorry,
Meanwhile,
I didn't
Jubei,
catch that, Sean.
But then who would cook our food?
Ah. good
meanwhile,
point.
Jubei's with Clover. Oh, these are fantastic stand-up guys. I mean, they hardly like get into any trouble or send us off to war while I'm not around.
Never. Hardly ever.
Kellner rejoins after a short, terse conversation with Aethoric and turns back to his own retainers. Aethoric, you notice, looks over towards the lot of you. This hulking behemoth of a man, very much a Scottish giant type character, staring over at the lot of you for just a moment, just trying to gauge this menagerie of characters, and then goes right back into what he was doing, throwing Kit on his own horse, shoving his retainers off.
Feel like we have a bit to talk about. I need time to think.
Is this man going to cause you problems? Or do we not need to worry about him right now?
The big one?
He is the only real person that draws attention in this room, so yes.
No, he wants me dead, for sure.
Well, that
That
seems.
sounds
And if
like
you
a problem.
recognize me, if you recognize me, then yes,
Well, then we should certainly go.
I agree. And I will pop my hood up and go.
Hi. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay. Sorry, cacked. That's a nat 1, sir.
All right.
Oh, off to a
This
solid start.
the feeling of this group of 40 or more warriors mounting up and getting their horses prepared for a long journey ahead and sending runners off to buy any supplies that they can from the store. That kind of uneasy feeling of watching a war party get ready to leave the camp in preparation for a raid or heading out to defend your Zon as it moved through the plains. That kind of familiarity of the moment throws you off.
Selu is followed closely behind Reese. Takes a moment, looks back, makes sure everybody from the group is heading out as well, but is not looking to stick around any longer than necessary.
Mist would be leaving last to keep an eye out and make sure we're not being followed by anyone.
Sure. Make a perception check for me.
Better than a nat 1. That is
That
13.
too. Okay. Your strange group of friends draws very little attention compared to what is going on. You do, however, notice the lithe female fighter who has spoken to Kai several times. You kind of catch her out of the corner of your eye, her hand gloved, and that thin rapier at her side, looking over at you all, kind of a discerning look on her face.
Her name was Aiken, right?
You've never gotten a last name, so
Yeah.
Aekan.
If I catch her eye at all, I'll kind of nod to her as we bow out of this place, and I will follow the group up to wherever we're going.
She nods back and then turns into the crowd.
Does she seem to be like she's not like getting her things together? She's not packing up.
Not that Mist can see. No.
Okay.
She was observing. Making your way back up from the floor, this lower portion of the city of Schema, back into where are we at here? Back into the second level step, where the inn you're staying at, the Clever Blossom, Dinguish's shop, several other little stalls are set up. The atmosphere, that festival vibe that you were expecting for today, is gone.
I guess we're not the only ones that heard the news.
I was about to say, because one person dipped? Was he the life of the party?
Oh, it was a lot more than one. It was
Yeah.
a whole slew of them that were in the lists.
Right.
So
And
that's
if
why
you-
that's why I had to redo everything. Like everything came to a stop.
Yeah.
If you will recall, Taggart told the group at the end of the last session that it was a full third of the
Yeah.
competitors present.
Reese, how far is this place? The Giants.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, DM, but I feel like it took us a couple weeks to get here.
So you took a leisurely pace coming
Yeah.
down from the Lemon Farm Ferry, the crossing over the Eshman River. And or the Avrian's River, excuse me. And once in Losthren, it is several days traveling north and west to get back to kind of where you're from and where Kellner's hold is. And he listed off several towns when he spoke to you that were all familiar, places from nearby, places you've been and visited. Not really much family to speak of, but you've been there. But pushing at a harder pace. Pushing at a harder pace, about a week. Yeah.
Right. We might need horses. Get there quicker.
I was just wondering how close the threat is, I suppose.
I mean, I'm a little more focused on what the threat is. I've never heard of giants before.
Would Mist have heard any songs or tales or anything about giants?
Roll a history check for me, Mist. Sure, there's tales out there of giants as tall as a mountain.
There's my nat 2.
There you go.
So that's a 7.
Okay. Well, even with your expertise, there are plenty of tales of giants. There are tales of these primordial giant elemental creatures of earth or stone, fire, and wood and air. There are tales of actually the folks from Cinderholm have legends of giants made of fire that live deep within the earth. But it's all myth and legend.
Of course.
Mist would be like bouncing behind you guys the whole way, like, I do wonder what type of giants they are this time. I've heard tales of these and this and this and this, and just going off and like recounting you all years of stories in this 5 minutes.
It's like the historical giants, like how the Irish referred to the Germans because they were like 1 foot taller than them.
Yeah.
I love it.
This guy named Rodney, he's just really tall. He's like, I'm not a giant. What are you talking about?
Just playing the NBA, man. Calm down.
Oh man.
When we say giants, what are we talking about exactly? Like,
I mean, I've heard stories of large men and people, but I've never seen one.
It's a shame you will miss the pheasant eating contest. You'll see many large people.
Are we so sure that we're leaving with this?
That contest wasn't today. It was the following morning of today, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow morning.
You got time. So, Juve, you said you were sitting there with Clover, maybe enjoying your lunch at this point.
Well, it's. I would have slept past lunch. It's more of a dunch right now.
Okay, that's fine. Dunch is a good meal.
Fair enough.
However, you do hear your not so quiet friends entering the tavern.
You hear Miss telling another story.
There were these huge things of just pillars of flame and fire, and they would step on little people. It was wonderful.
As he walks in, I'm talking to Clover.
I hope that's not the ones we're facing.
No, I saw him bathe in he's blue all over. Like, all over.
Wink, wink.
A slight purple blush comes into the cheek.
Perhaps we discuss this in our room. This doesn't
agree.
seem the best conversation for...
And stepping into the inn, the lightened bed, Clover, the half-orc proprietress, is listening to Jubei, tells tales and conversing. Would you all like food sent up? I guess. Another helping for you?
Is there no one eating down here but me?
And that quiet, somber vibe is kind of settling over everyone in the inn. You even see your friend Telfin in the corner, the gray-skinned cinder folk, just sitting there.
More like a coworker, not really a friend. I mean, he hired us.
Yeah, an employer, a contractor. But there are people sitting down in the inn.
Going off like the fact that I'm sure Jubei was just talking and not really listening, or no one told him anything, and he starts noticing everyone's somber and his friends walking in. You guys act like someone died. I thought this was a festival.
We have a problem.
Apparently a big one.
What did look over at Mystic? What did he do? Or missed?
You look over at the horse? Don't blame the horse for everything. How rude.
I thought the bacon
I was
smelled
going
like
to say, according to the last session, the horse has already been made into bacon, so however that works.
Oh no.
It was honestly not me this time, but we do have much to tell you. You should come up and listen to these.
Of course, and just
Over.
grab.
Stops for a sec. Here, and she grabs several rolls and some snacks and some meats and cheeses and whatnot. Puts them all
Like
on
a
tray.
fantasy lunchable.
Like, I don't know if fantasy is the right word, because I can imagine some really tasty food.
So it's a normal lunchable.
So it's like Robin Hood Lunchable.
Okay.
and slides it across to you, and here, just take this. It's as your meals. It's on the house.
Oh, snacks! And Mist will just grab it and head upstairs.
Oh, that's a cute little thing. I didn't notice her or them when he came in. Looking over at Lux.
I look at Lux like this, like telepathic, like I told you to stay low. Just like shrugs.
Completely messing with Clover. Look at her. Oh, you see it too. I thought I was going crazy.
I hope it's not a bother that she's staying with us. She's with me.
Oh, just so long as she doesn't mess anything, it'll be all right.
Sure.
Right.
I give her this look.
That'll be extra if she does.
No, I wouldn't worry about it. In fact, I'm not sure she can mess things. It's a long story.
You could always stay with Navara.
I don't think she'd like that.
Yeah, I don't think Navarro would like that either.
Nobody worries about Mystic. I worry about Mystic. Is the pony okay?
She's like happy right now. She's like living life.
She's probably put on a few pounds at this point.
Yeah, probably.
The potbelly is dragging on the floor.
Oh no.
Vizila's out there sneaking her apples.
Fattening
Oh
up.
yeah.
Making your way back up into your room, this large lodging room that could house a few more people than you, but you have rented out for the week of the festival. The privacy of it stands for you.
Oh, do we have to kill someone? I might have versions to that.
I think perhaps best Reese to explain a bit. I only caught pieces.
Reese is probably, I think he probably sits down on the bed and he takes hold of his emotional support familiar. just doing the pets. Well, it's a bit difficult to explain, but there was an attack in Lostrin on my home, and a friend of mine asked me to come back and help them. Unfortunately, he also works for someone who wants me dead. Also, they claim that the attack was giants, and they completely sacked the town. I believe that was what was said.
Several towns and strongholds.
Several towns. Yeah. Several towns.
This is bad. No.
That is why most of the festival is stopped. I believe they were most of the contenders in the matches. And they went up and left.
So, that's why you left home? This gentleman wants you dead? Explains our meeting. And,
Yes. He would be the one that sent the dog.
so that answers that question. He is the one that let them out.
Yes.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
The
man. Good game,
inspiration.
guys.
Oh, good lord.
that was the thing that occurred. Yeah.
Do you ever like feel your brain cells dying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every day.
I have a really recent memory of that, actually. Like, super, super recent. In there somewhere.
You guys
died, but
survived a game of me playing a drunken Irish monk.
Barely.
We did. Barely.
survived is a strong word.
We all reached inner peace. But moving on.
Yes.
Coming back to Thrayne.
It seems that this concept of home tends to be very important to people. So I can understand if you want to go to this, but would the next step then be to kill the big man?
I'm not sure.
To killing is the solution here.
Yeah, I don't have much family left. In fact, I don't have any. The people that are under attack are the people I used to take care of.
I'm very
And-
curious what got these giants into an uproar to where they attacked this kingdom or this country. What?
Reese looks at him. Have you seen giants before?
No, but I've heard stories. I've heard a lot of fables, and I read a lot. Where I come from?
I'm not sure. Lostrin is kind of broken since the Starfall. Everyone kind of fights for themselves. In fact, it'd be easy pickings if you were to walk in and you were a giant, I assume.
And that is common knowledge. The Lostrin Empire, once the preeminent power in the region, was brought low by celestial bodies falling to the.
But how long ago was that, honestly?
12 years.
12 years.
And it took 12 years for someone to take advantage of this?
Oh, no. That is why Lostrin is generally referred to as the Warring States.
Everyone's taking advantage of it.
Yeah, it is chaos. And Jubei, you would have heard of this in your travels. Missed you as well.
That was going to be a question.
Yeah, Kai and Selu, not as much. You have heard of the Warring States, but all of the different fiefdoms within the Empire of Lostrin, it's like as soon as the power structure vanished, the capital city of Lostrin itself was unfortunately struck, and there's now a sea there as water rushed in from the ocean through the strait and filled this crater left behind. With so many members of the aristocracy, the nobility, the power structure and administration and military of this empire suddenly gone, there's really not been a period lacking war. Everything from petty banditry to constantly various warlords or barons or jarls will raise an army and go take on the person they think is evil or the person they think is holding the people down, or just be greedy because they want it. But it is a constant state of war. Not a very nice place.
Perhaps this invasion of giants is exactly what Lostrin needs. No one could put it together before, but now maybe the giants will be big enough or strong enough to put it all back together.
Unless they have a problem in Lostrin of things being stuck on high shelves, I don't see that. I mean, This is bad. If they're attacking cities and attacking fortresses.
I do
If
not
they
know
weren't going
enough
for the
about the
people.
giants.
I'm afraid they might be going for the people, and they've already suffered through enough.
Well, all of us don't have ties to this place, but Reese, do you want to go home?
I, for obvious reasons, have mixed feelings going home. On the one hand,
Yeah.
these are the people that I care about, but on the other hand, I don't much like working with the man who wants me dead to kill giants.
Well, maybe if you work with him, maybe I don't know. Miss might accidentally he might fall on a sword several times.
You would be much more likely to fall on this guy
Reese,
if
why
he were to fall.
does he want you dead?
It is difficult to explain. I saved Joseph's life.
As a man in a
But
bar.
the man, yes, but we both brought about the end in our defense to his father, Aethelric, his father, and so now Aethelric wants us, or what I thought he wanted us. Now he wants me.
It's pretty prevalent to you can put two and two together. I'm sure these powers that I've seen you and Mist and now Selu seems to be spreading. Use. Is that the reason you're saying?
Yes.
And
I don't think Aethelric really liked me using my powers.
But he lets this other man live, this Joseph.
I'm not sure why. Obviously, Joseph is working with him now, but he spared his life. I'm not sure why. But I saved his life, so I trust him.
Can I ask why? Why did Aethelric's father want him dead?
Because he wanted everyone dead. The warlords, they just take what they want. They didn't like hearing about a witch in Lostrin who was healing the people that they robbed.
And there's almost immediately Mist and Jubei. You immediately remember the wanted posters, the rumors, the talk in taverns about the witch of Lostrin.
Oh, if you don't remember session 1, he told us.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so for Kai, I'll pull out my mask and like set it down. This is what Aethelric didn't like, and his father didn't like it either.
I did not know this word witch.
It's hard to explain, but I used my powers to help people. But when Aethelric's family and other warlords found out about it, they thought of it as something not to trust.
It is something that they do not understand, and so they do not trust it. I have experience with
That
this
is one way to
myself.
put it.
And I look down at my hands for a moment.
I imagine you do.
People like to attach bad monikers or bad feelings to things they don't understand or things they hate. My red scales, your black hands, his powers. It's there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just people like to give their hate a target, especially if they have no other.
I think for Aethelric and his family, I'm not someone they can beat with a sword. And so that might scare them.
And Reese, you also remember the rumors of the witch and the nefarious covens and all of these rumor-mongered stories that floated around in your home were often used to get the people riled up.
Right. I think that these warlords would use this image of something to fear, a witch that would hurt people, to turn people against me.
Well, right now they have a bigger threat, literally.
Yes, literally.
But
Yes.
I
Kai, you mentioned earlier this idea of manifesting. When I was dreaming, you mentioned I was manifesting. Is this the same as being a witch to your people?
I do not know. It is not tied to magic in my culture. It is something that it is a mindset, a lifestyle to make the things happen that you want to happen.
Between the two of you, I think I have found more than enough to lead me into whatever I am developing. But these giants pique my interest because they are also something that is not known to this world. And I wonder if they might be like me?
Well, the giants live in the clouds on top of giant beanstalks, right?
always thought they lived in caves and eat children.
No, they have like geese with that lay golden eggs.
Ah, like the drake can lay the pearls? No,
You all have
shuffle out my big pearl again.
in these other lands.
I thought they were the big ones with the one eye, and they keep sheep.
No, those are taxes.
Darn
He's
tax.
scared enough of those. Don't keep adding to it.
I do not
man.
know anything about giants, but Selu and I had an experience on the way here. Something ancient and elemental that came from the mines. We saw the aftermath of the passage of this beast, and if the giants are anything like that, people will need help.
Well, something strange does appear to be going on. I mean, my meeting with Reese and Mist, we just got attacked by men and dogs. Nothing supernatural or anything like that.
Well,
But-
fighting the drakes was supernatural to me. Never seen one before.
I've seen them.
And those beasts in the cave,
It's
the men who were not men.
yeah, creatures of legend seem to be coming back, or we're just now noticing them.
I stopped scratching Lux and looked down. This through.
I mean, yeah, your fowl and the Dilf that we've run into, and
The Kestrelvix. Yes.
yeah, that thing. I struggle with common. I use simple terms.
I saw it again.
Fair enough.
Just
You saw it again.
Just last night. Up at
You
the
went out into the woods?
No. Up at the summit.
Are we gonna wake up with you cuddling that thing in bed like we did him?
I don't know if that one will fit. It's
Probably not.
a bit.
Depends on the size of the bed.
It doesn't
True.
seem too keen on, at least very easily, being approached.
Perhaps it is like what Sandy mentioned, that it's just watching.
You saw it long enough to approach it?
It was up in. Sorry, the summit is the topmost level, correct? That is, yeah, okay. It was
Press.
up in- it was at the top. Last night, just as the lights started, I saw it. It was watching me specifically. There were as many people as you would imagine to be around at night, but no one seemed to see it or notice. It was almost as if every time someone would have seen it, something else happened to get in their way. Does that make sense? It was
Like an illusion. Something right out of sight.
odd, incredible happenstance. I'm not sure, but I kept it within my gaze as long as I could. But the moment someone passed in front of me, it was gone.
Well, we do have an issue with leaving other than, Mist in his honor duel among with words that he used to have later, and my pheasant eating, I guess. Um, those are not important, but if we choose to leave and take you home and deal with these giants, we do have another problem. We found something beneath this city. We slayed creatures beneath this city that lead further down. If we leave this city unprotected and don't figure out what's going on, maybe there won't be a schema.
We have told people of this, and they have talked of organizing a check over the whole.
But
We can. This is
even
not our home. This is not our city. Let them deal with it. This is Reese's home.
these are good people here.
These are good people here.
There is someone staying at the Hoity Toity Hotel up the hill who could clear that hill out in an instant if they wanted to. I am not worried about being the one to do it.
I
Click the wrong button. I apologize. Please continue.
Sudden teleportation. Shit's getting weird, folks.
when I
I
was
don't-
in Losren, I had a hard enough time thinking of I couldn't be everywhere for everyone. And I like to keep that same thought with me now. I'm not sure if we can wait around to help Schema.
I have an idea if we decide
not
to
correct.
leave.
Okay?
It requires Mist and his gift at telling stories.
I like telling stories.
If we
I raised
if
an
we
eyebrow.
if we decide we could, what is the term? Kill two birds with one stone. If we decide to leave and take Reese home, we allow enough time for Mist to tell one of his stories that gathers a crowd. And if he tells a story about a lost treasure deep beneath Schema, many adventurers will go down there and try to find it, and maybe they will deal with the problem.
Many adventurers and many unexperienced people as well, I imagine.
Perhaps best to find someone that could perhaps actually deal with the problem.
The
Or
thing
at
is,
least be aware of it.
we
Mist,
tried
you-
that.
Mist, you mentioned a group that I'm assuming who you had tea with yesterday.
I was given the invitation to call on Rizal and Senzu again. If we need a rise.
Perhaps we could tell them. I haven't met anyone else that would be capable of doing this.
I do not know if the servants of her ladyship would be willing to work for Gima itself. Maybe with. I don't know. I would hate for them to demand fealty.
And probably while he's mentioning people, Lux bites Reese's finger, and he's like looking down, and he's like, "Oh, that's right. I spoke with Sandy, and she also has powers like us, but I'm not sure if they've manifested in the same way as Kai says or Mist you say. But maybe there are others who have magic like this. I wouldn't feel too bad leaving them. Especially since I don't want to go to Lostren to stay.
I just want to make sure whatever's left here is safe.
That's fair enough.
It's not our job to protect everyone, but they should at least know what's around. Be prepared as they can be. There's dangers
I have already-
everywhere.
I have already seen Father at his most brilliant, so it will not be too much of a shame for me to refrain from mincing this poor fool in the battle of words tomorrow. But but I am happy to send a message up to Usul and Senzu. Maybe go myself if you think we have time, or if we need to leave more immediately.
Well, if you say this man is just left in a hurry and he wants you dead, I say
Yes.
give him a days on the road ahead of us so we don't accidentally run into them.
I was going to suggest the same. I don't think running after the man that wants you dead is a good way to get us there safely.
It's a good way to get him what he wants.
I wouldn't
Reese,
let
I
him
think-
try.
Reese, I think this decision is up to you. This is your home, and well, I left my home to experience the world, and I would like to do that with you all. So if you will go, I will go.
I left my world to put away complications.
So you run to war.
So you find the most magical people around and follow them.
Jubei, for the first time, you see a sad look kind of on Jubei's face, and he looks down at his sword. Oh. It was partly what I was raised for.
I do not want to bring any of you towards something that you'd rather not face.
I came here to see the lights and find a sage. Instead, I found a witch.
Well, Sandy's got plenty
I've
of
seen the
sage in her
lights.
shop.
it's, it's quite the assortment. It's several good varieties.
I'm
I left a place to find a home, and instead I have found friends. That is the closest I have ever gotten.
then
I've not wanted to kill any of you yet. That's good.
I'm happy to hear that as well. Then if you all are okay with it, then perhaps we can do this together. I would feel much better with all of you at my side.
Navarra has been restless anyway.
Do we have time? Go ahead.
I want to experience the beauty and everything the world has to accomplish, and I'm sure there's beauty in the warring states.
Reese, your
Reese
mind
gets that, like-
flashes back to like bogs and battlefields.
Swamps, burned forests. Well, there's something there for everyone.
Well then, I suppose I'll have to add an entry to my book about giants. That'll be a treat.
Interesting. I would love to have a conversation with a giant. I would still like to know why they are attacking.
All right then. Should we wait a day? Head out?
I believe that choice is yours. I mean, I've never declined the offer of a duel over Pheasant. That's going to be interesting.
Perhaps that's a perfect way to leave.
Just walk that off afterward. It'll be a heavy meal. Keep walking for a few days, perhaps.
Well, I don't know. I don't eat pheasant till in the morning. If we leave before then, I can't.
I'd hate to take that away from you then. And I'd hate to
Well-
run into Aethelric on the road.
Yes, that doesn't seem good for anyone.
Should we look for horses, or do you think we'd be fine?
As you all are talking, Selu, with your passive perception. And I think just you.
Kai's is as good or better than
Yeah,
that, I think, actually.
So this man that wants you dead, that's what his parents named him?
They
April
named him
Dick?
Aetheric.
I knew it was coming.
Sure.
I knew.
Yeah, me too. You know, unfortunately, you can't ask his father because his father's dead.
Did he kill him for naming him that?
Perhaps they deserved it.
So Selu and Kai, you hear in the distance, just barely making it out, the sound of a large group of horses moving through the streets and away.
It sounds to me as if the war party is riding out. And I glance out the window.
And
Is
you
it-
see it, it's hard to miss.
The sooner the better. And the sooner they move, get ahead, the less chance we have of finding them on the road.
I have a feeling that they'll be riding hard. So,
That would make sense.
Well, we have a wagon and a pot-bellied pony. Maybe it's time we find Mist a very proper home and trade in the wagon and what provisions we can and gather all of us horses.
Wait, are we taking Mist or Mystic? I'm a little confused at the... What's...
I just said that this is the closest to a home I have ever found, and now you're removing me!
we found a home.
I mean, she's on the party list, guys.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, she is very happy here.
Something tells me if we're getting other horses for making this trip, Mystic might have a hard time keeping up.
I agree.
Well, I mean, if they keep feeding her the fruits and apples, she's going to lose a foot. The horse diabetes.
I'm also not sure if we'll need a whole wagon full of cooking supplies. Sorry, Jubei.
No, I agree. A simple pan and my tools is all I need. I didn't need a whole cart full of supplies. We can.
That's the
But it was nice.
I did not mean to ask for too many things, but could we keep the wagon? I do not do very well with horses.
How big is the wagon? Because I remember when we talked about it.
It's a pull behind cart. Like,
Would you like a better wagon then?
do you remember growing up? There were those like
No.
they had fair. They're big bicycle wheel pull behind wagons that you could use. They used to be fairly common for like gardening and things like that. Like that's stretching it. Like it is a rickety old cart.
Perhaps an upgrade on that.
I would appreciate that as well.
You could possibly get a wagon. I'm not. And a horse, because as much as Navarra does seem to love Kai, I don't think Kai can talk Navarra into pulling a wagon.
Ah, so you have met her.
How do you think I got the hair?
Right.
So a bigger horse and a bigger wagon.
All right.
And as much as I've enjoyed treating all of you, my friends, the International Bank of Jubei is getting low on funds.
Thankfully, we all recently got paid, and I still have
Yes.
gemstones that Kai and I found. We actually found them after the creatures that he was mentioning just before.
Well, I have more money than I've ever seen in my life. So
So
I'm sure we can figure things out.
a horse, a cart, and find Mystic a decent home. That
Do they have a CarMax? We can just trade her in.
no, that person that works at the stables. Very nice.
Name is escaping me.
Mine as
Oh,
well.
I have it in my phone.
Vizila?
Vizila.
Yeah, Vizila.
Thank you.
Vizila seems to have a way with the animals. Maybe she would like a potbelly pony.
Or perhaps you would know a home for it.
Seems a good person to check with.
The wagon we could possibly give the Clover. I'm sure she can make use for it around the inn.
Transports the corpse of her next cook.
As a wheelbarrow?
For Clover or for it was Sandy?
Well, either or. Hopefully, the deal I brokered with the tavern on the floor will pay off for Clover.
Hmm. All right then.
Should I leave my gold with you all while I attend to telling Senzu? I don't think I should call him Senzu to his face. I think I should use the honorific. But do you think I should leave my gold with you while I go tell him of the troubles that you wanted me to report?
What do you want me to do with it?
I thought we were pooling our funds so the Bank of Jubei could not have to pay for me.
That's fair enough. I don't even know what to do with mine, so I'll hold on to yours.
I give you 59 gold to hang on to.
Selu pulls out the Uncut Gems. According to Dinglish, these are worth about 600 gold. So
Holy
Wow.
shit.
we have plenty if we can find the right people to buy these.
Kai just looks generally uncomfortable during this whole conversation. He doesn't get the
Money,
whole thing.
taxes. Is there anything else that anyone needs before we leave? Gear,
So-
supplies.
In hindsight, you gave me a crossbow. I should probably buy crossbow bolts.
Probably.
I should also probably get rid of these bow and these arrows.
Do you prefer the crossbow?
I prefer the dagger. Anything else is just to keep people away from me.
Fair enough.
Derek feels that in his soul.
Yeah.
Sailor kind of looks down at the old, worn leathers that they're wearing. Perhaps a little better equipment if we're going into danger.
Probably.
I just need my sword and my walking stick.
The rusty
Very
tool
ominous.
leaning in the corner.
Yeah, ominous walking stick.
It's actually the Grim Reaper's side.
Yeah.
So, in the interest of not anchoring down 2 more shopping episodes, who would like to accomplish what? So, starting at the top, Jubei.
Sell the provisions we don't need. I just need a blanket draw from provisions to cook for the party.
Okay.
Get rid of the wagon. Either send it to Sandy or Clover.
Okay.
Find Mystic a home,
Okay.
a decent one.
Yep.
And other than that, I don't need anything else.
Okay.
Probably when we find Mystic a home, we'll trade, or like not trade, but be like, hey, here's our pony. We need a better one.
So, for Jubei, you did give all of the perishables to Clover, and the inn. She's willing to trade you back some of the salted for like some bread and some fresh. So you're clean as far as money goes for food.
I'm sure Kai and I can hunt a little on the road. So
Sure. So you have some salted meats and some fresh, but you'll have to supplement as you go. In asking around, you find that Zane actually down at the Restful Wake, the inn on the floor, who you spoke with, is willing to buy Mystic and the cart from you for 50 gold.
Now, I've seen the food that you serve. This is
Take
not
care of my
the
pony.
this is not the intent of him, right?
You don't get that vibe at all. He seems like, he
Vibe
could
check.
use a good working horse, but he also understands her limitations and
That's
is
not a
still
work.
willing to make the deal with you,
That's not a
paying you
work term.
generously.
That's a put him in the corner like kitties ride horse. Pet, give apples.
But you don't get any untoward vibes. No vibe checks necessary.
Okay.
So gain 50 gold.
Do you have that, Jubei?
I've got
Bye,
it.
Mystic.
Yeah, let me
We'll miss you.
say bye, kids.
I give her lots of love.
What was the name of his tavern?
The Restful Wake. Hi. Over the course of the remainder of the afternoon and into evening, what is it you wish to accomplish?
I don't have anything in particular besides making sure we have provisions for Navarra.
Okay. Rounding the bend back to the stables, you actually find Vizila feeding the horses. The other stable hands are long gone at this point in the afternoon.
Go ahead.
We can get you for the road. There's roll an insight check for me.
I nat.
Ooh.
20 or 1?
Sorry,
it
nat 20.
matters.
Nat 20.
Okay. Almost immediately when you deliver the news that you're leaving, there's like a sadness on Vazila's face.
I'm gonna pat Navarra and talk to her. I'm gonna say, so it's this time for another adventure, my friend. Did you enjoy yourself here? And I glance over at Vizila. Said, I think you like this one. I do.
Thank you. And their hair kind of coming down, covering as much of their face as possible. Very dirty and disheveled. And I'll make sure she has supplies.
I thank you. You have been very kind to me and, more importantly, my horse.
She brings up a hand, or excuse me, they bring up a hand and hold it out, and Navarra puts her muzzle into Vazila's hand in a very familiar and friendly gesture you've seen Navarra give very few people.
She likes you. More than most people, actually.
I will miss her.
I look into Navarra's eyes and I say, I think she will miss you too.
You get the you fucking think? Look back.
I hope this will not be the last time we are here. You will see us again.
I know. She told me.
Glad to hear she is not the only one that, or I'm not the only one that she speaks to.
There's a very awkward pause. That strange, I don't know how to talk to people moment.
My name is Kai. Navarro, you already know.
Thank you, Kai.
No, thank you. Then I give her another pat. The horse, not the girl. Then I'll take off.
Okay, awesome. So negligible costs. Throw a couple copper out. You're good.
Oh, okay. What are we looking at? Because I have 5.
Call it 5.
Okay,
To
sure.
make-
He doesn't
make
know
life
what
easy.
5 of, but he has 5.
But he has 5.
I hold out a handful towards Vizila. I'm like, yeah.
They take it from you and set it down on a crate and literally walk away from it and go back to like supplies and whatnot and start
Okay.
rummaging around to make sure there's no bag nearby.
Cool.
Selu.
So I will preface this that Selu also doesn't know what they're doing with money, so they would look for someone else that does to accompany them, given that Mist has mentioned looking for crossbow bolts. Probably makes sense for them to go similarly, since Selu was considering better armor. But Selu
I'll go
is...
with you.
whoever, for sure. Selu is looking to... find the jeweler that Dinglish mentioned and get a price on the gems. If they fall under 525, which was what Dinglish had offered, Selu will go back to Dinglish instead.
I'm waiting for Selu and Kai to come back and be like, "Look, I bought a banana. It was only 20 gold."
I've never seen one this big before.
For ease, there is a jeweler there that like they use like river stones, not precious gems kind of thing. So you go back to Dinglish and are able to trade it in for equipment as necessary. So
The old flea market stall.
yeah,
These are
So
Dinglish has another suit, his last one of studded leather. It's a little big for you, but in your traditional strap fashion, you're able to make it work.
Okay.
And any miscellaneous mundane items like crossbow bolts, stuff like that, you're able to make do at cost.
cool. So what is the total exchange on the gems for the armor? Like, what's the price point we're looking at? Like, is
So
it just a straight trade?
No, so you are handed 525 as originally offered,
Gotcha.
and then you can just PHP cost
Yeah, I'll figure that out. Okay.
items out.
Yeah.
Anything outside of super mundane, not fancy items, double check. But I mean, basic PHP stuff, you're good.
The only other thing that I might have done, given the influx of gold, is to check in with Sandy on whether or not she thought they could part with any additional healing potions, given what we're looking at.
So since Reese is with you, as you walk into the Clever Blossom, it's waiting for Patrick here. You missed your cue. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, ding, 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 ding. So sorry.
That's okay.
I step through, it doesn't work, and I step back through, and I push the door open again. Ding, ding, ding. There it goes.
Right out. And Sandy comes bustling out. I heard there's a lot going on. Quite a day. You need something.
Yes.
I think we're going to be finding ourselves on the road, possibly heading where things are a bit dangerous.
Oh no. This has been. Just promise me you'll come back. Looking
I
straight.
think we very much plan on it. I think we very much plan on coming back.
Okay. Now, what can I help? What can I do?
I have 2 questions for you. One of which may be a better reason to come back than you'll find conversation. Have you by chance managed to get that that ink we talked about?
Yes. She goes back and rummages around and produces an ink. So I actually have two here for you. She pulls out a vial of this really dark brown, almost black liquid. So this is distilled from the trees outside. Not the same stuff that used on Kai's hands, a little easier to handle, but this is permanent. And then there's a jar of a very thin, fine clay that. So you take this and you work it with just a little bit of water, and it's a little more topical. You draw on things, and it'll wash away in a week or two.
I've seen a few. I've seen something like that. My father was well versed.
Is this henna?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Exactly.
D&D henna.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
This is perfect.
I've got both. If
I
you
will take both gladly. And
two-
pulls out a very hefty gold pouch just out of
man.
nowhere.
Reese is like, "What? Yeah, let's slow down."
it's ye old D&D, like you pull it out and it's this big, but somehow fit in a little pocket.
Mhm.
It's your Diablo bag. It's fun.
Yes.
So I'd pay her whatever she's asking for, and then probably am offering more than what it is, and we'll leave it to Reese to correct me accordingly.
Sure.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you are able to acquire 4 basic healing potions, and the 2 different inks for, call it 210.
Perfect.
And they're introduced as tonics and tinctures rather than like this is a magical potion. But awesome. Anything else from Selu?
In terms of any kind of shopping, that is it. If we start talking what we're doing with the rest of the evening, that goes otherwise. But for the shopping portions of any of that, that's done.
Okay. Reese, any other errands for you, sir?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna buy some plate mail, great sword.
Going to war.
Going to war. I am going to help Selu, and then probably start looking for a wagon and a horse, like a draft horse, probably. A horse that could keep up speed, but also pull a wagon full of us.
Okay.
How many horses can the party get emotionally attached to and then get rid of? Starting now.
Well, we're already at 1.
Honestly.
Every single one of them. That's have you met our characters?
So in the course of conversation, you chatting with Clover, chatting with Zane, chatting with Sandy, and asking around a few other places. Only a few of you have been thus far, such as Schema's Wares and Whispering Goods and Kristoff. You are able to find there is a single draft horse and wagon that is available. Not much better than Mystic.
Damn.
Like, it's an older horse, seen better days. Nobody's really... It's not really like a big horse country or metropolis. You are, however, able to get 4 basic riding horses instead. So either direction you want to go or a mixture thereof.
Mist is going to be so happy about that.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I get Mist a horse, he's gonna be loving it.
Maybe he can ride on the back of Navarro with Kai.
That's an option.
Yeah, I might
Or
just go with
if
the
he,
riding horses.
if he can't hang on, maybe he can ride in front of Kai and Kai can hold him there.
That's also an
Aww.
option.
When I'm with you, I feel like I could fly.
I'm flying, Jack. I'm flying.
I love it. So if you go with the riding horses, with boarding, saddlebags, everything, you're looking at 400 gold.
Woof.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
Gonna come up. Hey, look! 4 white horses! They were just sitting there.
Hi, pretty lady.
Hello, lady.
So
So
like
since
pooling
I was
resources and all.
with
Yeah, we'll
Reese,
pool.
after. So hold on, I gotta figure up the armor. Before the armor, and the other like arrow supplies and whatnot, Selu is currently sitting on 435 gold. So I'm sure
I'm sitting on 150.
I'm sure we can pool that 400.
Yeah. You're able to make it happen.
Easily.
Okay, we'll make it happen. Get the horses.
Yeah, I'll just sort that out off screen, however you need to.
Absolutely will.
Miss.
Yeah, super basic offloading arrows and short bow, loading crossbow bolt case and crossbow bolts. And that's it for shopping adventures. Otherwise, going up to the inn to meet with Drusilla and Senzu again. Or call on him and try to leave a message if anything.
So you can just go even exchange for arrows to bolts, and you can sell your bow for 5 gold, I guess.
Woo.
So much money.
It's seen better days. So arriving at the Cashland home, the doorman is there, asks for your business, and steps back inside. A few moments later, one of the Drusillan guard steps out the door, fully mailed and helmeted. You're not able to see the color of their scales.
It's not Janekla again. He was cool. Yeah, I do not suppose I am able to meet with the Drusillan. Do I need to leave a message with you?
The Drusillan is in the garden. Please help yourself.
Ah,
And
that's a
gestures
safe-
around the side of the building.
A pleasant surprise. I just kind of meander through there, not wearing the same finery that the first time I came in here, looking very out
Ooh.
of place.
Spicy.
Rounding the corner, you see the waist-high hedge maze going back into gardens, and the sword circle set there on the precipice. And make a perception check for me.
A total of 9.
Okay. There are a few nobles or folk in finery. There's even a family with children there. And in the distance, at the edge of the cliff, looking down the cliff, is the Drusillan.
And I will approach the same way I did in the room, walking forward, bowing low, waiting to be acknowledged.
A moment passes, and you hear a deep exhalation and a flutter of robes as they turn around. Please. It is good to see you so shortly.
I am concerned to wear out your hospitality. I know when you invited me back, you probably did not expect to see me so soon.
It is an interesting day.
Yes, I bear information for you that potentially makes it more interesting. As rumors fly across these places, I am sure you have heard about the Lost Friend Exodus.
There's an exhalation again. Heavy sigh. And he turns back and looks back down the cliffside. This is known to me, yes. Hands clasped behind his back as he stands.
It seems that a member of my group also has loyalties to Lochran, so we shall be leaving shortly. Unfortunately, I do not believe to find myself participating in quarreling. However, I do not know the fealty of Schema. It is close to her ladyship's kingdom, and I do not know your willingness to help the people of this place. But there's another threat that we stumbled upon that is closer. And I will just go into explaining the caves and the hole and the little people with the petrifying poison that we found in there, and just wanting to keep people safe.
This is known to me as well. They seem to be mustering what they can. But I am afraid our presence here will end shortly. We must be returning to her ladyship, given the end of the festival.
But that at least keeps the place safe for another day. So, yes.
No harm shall befall these company while we are here.
Looking at the magnanimity of your compatriots, I would be inclined to agree. And not wanting. Sorry, go ahead.
As he stands there quietly, looking past you, without looking at you, and definitely looking at someone or something behind you. Sir Mistlethar, did one of your members receive a letter today?
Not that anyone spoke of. We were gone at the tourney for most of the day. I believe one of my troop stayed at the inn. I did not know what he received and what he didn't. It is probably the member that you are interested in.
Very well.
Would you like me to follow up with him when I return?
No.
So much drama.
Should a letter have arrived, tell the recipient it was not from me.
Yes. Yes, I can do. This is easy. Yes.
Or by my order. But I'm sure you have much to prepare for.
It seems I will be fighting giants. Or something.
There is a legitimate eyebrow raise at that.
Yo, bro.
Yeah. Old dragon tufts.
I do not know what story these giants have come out of, but apparently that is what waits for us in Lothran.
Honestly, if Jubei would have thought about it, he probably would have went with Mist. But Jubei was
okay.
selling Mystic.
That's okay. He gestures a hand out to the side, and one of the Drusilla guard comes from further away. He speaks with them a moment in Draconic. Do you speak Draconic?
Ooh, I speak a lot. What was? Nope. Draconic is not one of them.
No.
The guard disappears for a moment, and Drusillan Senzu speaks to you of the garden and asks you if you've enjoyed your time here. And a moment passes, and the guard member returns and presents him with a small wooden object about this long. And hands it over. He takes it and offers it to you.
Thank you. What, may I ask, is this? I have not done anything to deserve a reward.
That's a stick, dude.
Not a reward. A token. And in your hands is a very, very finely crafted and lacquered wooden folding fan.
Ooh.
It is beautiful. I do not think I've ever seen its like.
Should you find yourself in Iona, my invitation remains.
You get a +1 to flirty eyes with that fan.
Yeah.
But only with old Dragonborn men.
Right.
Of course.
It's very niche, but whenever it comes in handy.
Yeah. But when it's there, y'all.
This is the most beautiful gift I have received since her ladyship bestowed me the hand. I will keep it close to me.
If we go through this entire campaign without having to dress Mist up as a female and have him seduce a guard for us to sneak in somewhere, it is going to be a failure of a campaign.
Some end of Mulan level stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I will take my leave from him whenever it is courteous to do so.
Yeah. He wishes you safe journeys and swift swords.
Great.
And about this time, the sun is beginning to set as the lot of you gather back on the steppe.
So, Mist, I have bad news.
Who
Found
died?
you a horse.
Oh, that is worse.
But if you don't like it, perhaps we can figure something out where you ride with someone.
I did not. Horses generally do not like me. I will try to ride it. I will wear my dirtier clothes. Spending much time on the ground.
Perhaps we can convince this horse to be a friend.
You can talk to it the same way Guy talks to Navarre.
Oh no, I don't speak with horses, but
Mist,
perhaps Kai can do it.
Yeah, who the fuck would do that? A fucking weirdo.
whatever you do, Mist, don't look it in the mouth.
It is a gift. You are correct. Speaking of gifts, and I will pull out this fan and very daintily unfold it and display it to Jube. And Drusillan Senzu wanted me to tell you that if a letter arrived, that it was not of his hand and not by his order. And then he gave me this. It is beautiful, but I do not know what it means in your culture.
What does it mean?
It is a court fan men of court or wealth would have them. Women of court or wealth would have them.
Because Jubei likes mist. I believe that means you two are engaged.
Oh God.
Well, I can only blame myself for accepting it.
It's very curious that they mentioned the letter because the letter was actually very nice. So they're... Interesting.
Did you receive an additional letter?
I did. I left it on the stand next to my bed.
Ah.
They said they did not mean insult. I did not take insult. So now they're saying they did not send it. Do they mean insult? Very confusing.
I am so lost.
I am too. That's why I don't deal with nobles.
Or
Same.
tax collectors.
Well, we have horses and
I do
we have our
not
gear.
understand.
Growing up, I read a book called The Prince, and it's all about the courtly games that nobles play against each other. It's not very entertaining. It's very sad, actually.
That sounds boring.
It is. It's about manipulation and using people for your own needs, and it's not very nice.
Sounds normal.
He has been nothing but generous to me, and he has the same color scales as you, so I just assumed he was good to people.
It's interesting that you say he has the same scale color as me. Which actually, I believe you told me that before.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome to read the letter. It's a little troubling he says it's not from him, so I guess he does not wish me ill will, and he did meet a fence.
He said I could call upon him if we are ever in Iona, so if we ever travel that direction together, perhaps we can find out.
This is fine.
Yay, intrigue.
A life becomes more complicated when you deal with the purebloods and the nobles.
Did I
It
mention
is
I had a
good that
reason
we
why
will be
I
spending
left
the
Lostrin?
What was that?
Did I mention I had a reason I left Lostrin? Nobles.
I thought it was taxes.
Taxes.
No, taxes are what I fear, and apparently I've shared that fear with Kai. They confuse me. I can explain taxes very well. How much money do you have, Kai?
I pull change out of my pocket and I say, "This many."
Okay,
It's 2 silver for the record.
dude, that's how much gold you have.
I have 2 silver.
You see, you have 2 silver there, right? Now, if I was born of a higher station, I could walk up to you and demand that you give me one of those silver. Do you think that's fair?
I like you, so yes. And I hold my hand out.
What if you didn't like me and you didn't know me, just because I was born at a higher station than you?
Well, I'm not entirely sure what these do, but I feel like you want me to say no. So no, I would not like that.
Okay, what if I walk up and said I needed half of a Novara?
Well, I can't do much with half a horse. And I don't think she would agree with that.
I will teach you taxes one day.
He will never learn. So, as the sun continues to set, as you all gather with your newly found horses and confusing information and fan,
So
Is there anything?
which route did we wind up deciding we were going with the horses? Did we take the wagon or just
We
the
have 4 horses.
Just the
Oh,
horses.
that's gonna be interesting.
Though unfortunately, the horse wasn't much better than Mystic.
Right. No, I just did when I missed what the final decision was. I know it
Yeah,
wasn't going
sorry.
to be able to move fast, but
So,
We did the horses.
in throughout the evening, as the sun sets, the lights begin to swell and light up the sky yet again. And the blues and teals and greens of the auroras wave through the sky, settling much, much lower than they had the previous night. And almost as if they're touching the forest. And it's almost like the forest glows back. As if the two reach for each other, the heavens and the earth almost touching.
I am very grateful that we at least stayed for these.
Me too. I will miss it.
The full moon is always a little too fleeting for me, but it is much nicer here. I will be looking forward to coming back.
For sure.
And unless there's any particular interest for the evening.
I was gonna. Oh, we're not riding out right now. We're sleeping and then leaving. Okay.
I'm going to use the evening up at the top on my stand in the bleachers, being as close to Dad as possible, to try to work on that puzzle box a little bit more.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Investigation. This dice might be done for the evening. That's not terrible though. 17.
Okay. Another segment clicks and moves.
Oh man. That's
And
my sixth successful?
yes. And you feel like there's only, like as you move it around, you feel like there's only one piece catching.
oh man.
So close. Also, we get to go back and see him.
So,
Selu would also be headed up to the summit, and would see if Reese was interested in tagging along.
Yeah, he would. He's gonna bring his little mandolin though.
I'll start feeding myself when I talk. I apologize in case.
You're fine.
Making their way back up to the top, and starting off with giving a look around if by chance the Kestrel Vix is anywhere to be spotted again.
make a perception check.
If I notice him do this, I'm probably gonna look too. Not that I would imagine seeing anything.
Go ahead and roll it.
I really want a better roll than that. I'm gonna use my inspiration point. Cause screw it.
Ah.
That was worse. 12.
Oh no!
Oh, okay.
Rip.
I got a
Rip.
18.
Inspiration.
As you see Selu looking around, there's a moment where Selu is almost like looking quicker and quicker, and then you see the disappointment settle, and you look around and see some people. There's far fewer people up here than there were the night before. It seems the interruption of the festival has really kind of settled over the town.
Not spotting it, Selu would head over to where it was the previous night.
Okay.
And kind of post up in that garden.
Yep.
While this is all going on, Jubei's gonna slip away.
Okay. Where are you going to, Jubei?
I want to go walk by that estate.
Up by the Castlin home. Okay.
Feel free to come to me later, but that's where Jubei's going.
No, that's fine. As you walk up onto the precipice, there's a group of small gardens off to the left, and then the Cashlin home on the right. And there are further gardens in the sword circle behind the Cashlin home, but it kind of dominates this level. There is a footman at the door, and lights inside. Lots of lanterns lit outside as well.
No real foot traffic.
One or two individuals here and there, but it is very thin compared to the previous night's heavy activity.
Go enjoy the garden.
Okay. Walking around the side, you see a waist-high hedgerow that it would be like a maze. There are a few of the ironwood trees here and there, and some gorgeous flower or budding bushes that are beginning to bloom. And are you attempting to be stealthy at all in this?
I'm a fighter in full plate armor with no dex bonus. I couldn't even be stealthy if I tried.
Okay.
Well, not
So-
full plate, but chainmail.
Yeah. So, walking around for a few moments, eventually you see stepping out onto the upper balcony a member of the Drusillan Guard, the full blue samurai, full-plated individual wearing a helm, with not really able to see the coloration of their scales. They step out onto the balcony, putting a hand on the rail and looking down at you for a moment and pause.
I will find a nice seat in the garden, sit down, lay my sword across my waist, and meditate.
A moment of quiet peace in this place. There's almost a warm buzz in the air around you as the aurora settles down into schema, and you can see the green mist swirling just above the ground level. And after a moment, a member of the Drusillan Guard walks past you. And another moment passes. You see them post up in the distance in the corner. And another individual approaches. In extremely fine Kama Heori with bound wrapped boots and a foreign styled half cloak that you're not familiar with. You've seen a few other people here wear them over top of it, with only a court dagger in his waist, in his waistband. You see an old red scaled dragonborn approach with golden scales up the side of his face, and his hand that is exposed is golden. And as he approaches, you honor me.
Stand up, sword to the side, and very straight armed and bow, not saying a word.
May I join you?
Yes. And I reply in Draconic.
He is speaking Draconic to you. And he sits facing out towards the cliff and watching the aurora, very stiffed back. Not uncomfortable, just that rigid precision. I am honored you chose to come before you depart.
I have to say, curiosity brings me more than hospitality. I chose not to attend tea with you. And then I received a letter stating that no offense was given. I did not take offense. And then my companion tells me that this letter did not come from you.
He turns and looks back over his shoulder, back towards the member of the guard in the corner, and then straightens back up. It did not. However, the sentiment is correct. It would seem I have an overzealous acolyte. While spoken out of turn, not spoken incorrectly.
I did not take offense by your invite. I just am wary of people of our homeland.
You are wise to do so. But I am grateful you have come nonetheless. Tell me, where do you come from? What province do you hail?
Forgive me, but I do not wish to share my family's name. I have taken it upon myself to take the title of Sojin. You may call me Jubei.
Very well. Sojin Jubei. You do your family honor.
I can tell you that where I come from is the most beautiful place in all of our homeland. Small province. Father, very, very wise, very just to his people.
The curious mind. It's sad that that doesn't narrow it down. There are several good lords in our home.
If there are more lords than my father, then we are in good shape.
Would you care for tea?
I would gladly have tea with you if we could have it here.
He turns and looks back over his shoulder, and then turns and continues to look at the sky. And a few moments pass, silence, sitting there enjoying, unless you have any particular thing you wish to say. And a teapot and tray are brought out.
I think the silence will speak more than what I have to say.
And as the tea is set out on a small folding stand in front of you, just a few inches off the ground, the Drusillin rises and comes around in front of you and kneels down and begins to pour the tea very ceremoniously, and then sits back, hands on his knees, and waits for you to take yours.
Before I do have one question for you. What is your interest in my blue companion?
I wish him no ill will.
I hope you wish no one ill will.
No. And those I did are long dead. Not by my hand, but by time.
I have too much to enjoy of life to carry any hatred for anyone.
Wise words. May I take them?
And I'll drink the tea.
And he reaches down and takes his glass and sips it, sets it down, and then sits back up and joins you. And I need you to roll an insight check for me as another figure steps around the corner and kneels down to pick up the tray.
It sticks a dagger in my back. Ugh! 15.
Okay.
Middle of the board.
A dragonborn in the blue armor, without a helm, with black scales. If you could see a black scaled dragonborn blush in shame as he looks at his lord, that is what occurs right now. Then he picks up the tray and departs and does not return. I am fortunate by dint of birth that I could not have been cast out. And yet, find myself in exile nonetheless.
There's wisdom in exile. Being
And
cast.
sorrow. And sorrow. But one can find peace in it. But these are wise words. Carry no hatred. I will teach them to those who come to me to study. What do you know of the Drusillin Guard?
Not much.
Members of the ruling class are occasionally sent to serve as the bodyguard of the Queen of Iona, an ancient treaty long honored by all Drusillin Ras. I am not due for another acolyte anytime soon, but I will share this lesson with them. It will be years before another arrives.
Have you received one recently?
No. My warriors have been with me for years. It is other than Hekla. It is 3 years away to return home. 3 years of study and duty. Shunno, and he looks at the one in the corner, will return home next year, and they will send another young in his place.
It is honorable what you do. I fear for what the young officers in our homeland is being taught.
May I share a lesson with you? I didn't catch a reply if you gave one.
I didn't. Just pondering. You may.
Do what you can. I teach each of my warriors to do everything they can, but some things are beyond their control.
Try to control anything, it's folly.
You would do well in politics.
Never had a stomach for it. My mother, on the other hand, was a genius.
I would very much have liked to have met this family of yours. Few more moments pass in silence without any more. Go ahead.
After a while, I will stand. I will take my leave. I do not like being away from my companions for long. Last time I was, they decided we were going to war.
Look, I didn't choose this.
I didn't choose this life.
This life
Oh,
chose me.
life chose me.
It's just to say, Thug Life chose me. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Then it seems they do need you.
I look down at my sword. They need what I've learned. Whether it comes from me, maybe.
He rises to meet you and bows. A very
I bow.
stiff, formal bow.
I bow lower.
Okay. You honor me, Sojin Jubei. Thank you. Travel safely. Strike surely.
I leave.
Okay. There's silence behind you and over your shoulder as you depart. You see he sits back down and enjoys the night sky a bit longer.
That's when the arrow comes.
Still waiting for that betrayal. The ultimate plot twist for Bill is not to betray him.
No, the betrayal was in the backstory. I beat you to it.
No wrong, no argument. Kai, what are you doing this evening?
I'm good. I have nothing to do.
So,
Awesome.
I'm sorry, we got pulled away from the summit before I was done up there. So back
Fire
up
away.
where the Kestrel Vix had bedded down previously. Selu would point it out to Reese. This is where it was just last night. And go over and take a seat. in the area, in that garden.
Lux is over somewhere smelling something, and I pick her up and just set her down on the spot.
Oh, your friend.
What do you think? And it's probably that weird moment where it looks a lot like Kai talking to Navarra, only there's literally nothing coming back from the fox because it's all like emotive. No, I don't think it's that. No, I don't think that either. No. No, just go look for it. But I'll eventually sit down with you.
Is there anybody else nearby, like within earshot? You said it was a little more sparse up here tonight.
There is not.
Perfect.
You are alone.
Cool.
I'll try not to speak too loudly. I know how you feel about too open of discussions about this, but I didn't know what I was going to find coming here. I didn't know what was out there. I didn't understand a lot of things, and I still don't. But I do think that you're right. That whatever this is, and they'll put their hand down on the grass and come up with a flower that wasn't there a second ago. I don't know if there's a reason or why, but something in me is making these things happen, and I need to understand it.
I know that what little I've done with what magic I can tap into, I don't let it control me. I just use it like a tool. I don't know if that helps you with what you do, but I don't like the feeling of being at someone else's whim. So think of it as an extension of yourself. You have every right to choose what you want to do with it.
When I saw the Kestroviks last night, I was trying to keep in view of it. Two were passing in front of me, and something began to move. I saw for an instant the grass and plants themselves begin to stop them from getting in my way, and I'd come to the understanding that these things are happening because of me, and something nearly happened that could have been dangerous to others. I don't know what was about to happen, but it stopped when I stopped.
Then perhaps you have more control over it than you think. Maybe you just need a bit of practice. Maybe while we're away from people on the road.
Huh. Perhaps while we're going, a little bit of dangerous things happening might be needed. But
Certainly.
and they'll let go of the flower, and just a slight gust of wind picks up and carries it over, and just like sets it into like the poncho of Reese.
No. You
But-
kind of like that bit.
Something about the winds are directing me. You and Mist seem to have the moon as your focus. The winds have always been mine, I think, whether I knew it or not.
Perhaps over time you'll find a deeper connection to it. Obviously, Mist has something, and like looks over at the where he's sitting, has some sort of connection, more than I have with the moon. I kind of just feel it, like an emotion. Doesn't really speak.
His connection is certainly familial. Whatever it is,
There might be something there. Perhaps we can ask him about it later.
perhaps.
I'm afraid he might need some help with his tricks as well.
Well, at least we'll be there to help each other where we can.
I agree. I'd be happy to help.
You're all right, though, you know. There are those that view access to magic differently. For the Tarandine, it's... There are those that would control it again. At seemingly whatever cost they are willing to pay.
I have a feeling that Aethelric and his companions would probably do the same if they could access magic like I can. Before meeting you all, I wasn't aware that I could manipulate it to hurt things. Slowly learning to control it more. I think we best be careful.
Certainly so.
But things are changing. I have a feeling that, from what I've seen, people quickly change their minds. If we were to use it right. In fact, you might meet some on the road.
Perhaps we will. But if you see any others about like me, it won't have that symbol exactly. That one's just mine. But be wary of magic about them.
I'll keep an eye out.
Don't know to what lengths they'll go or how far they'll go from the forest to find it again. But something tells me they'll not hold back doing so.
Sounds like we have an enemy in common then. Or at least a like.
No, not an enemy, just a warning. I've had no interactions with these people myself, but I've heard of them. I know they're around. Just another thing to watch out for.
We seem to be collecting those lately.
More than enough to go around, I'd say.
Sure. Certainly.
But for now, I don't think we're going to see anything quite like this anywhere else on the road.
I don't think so at all.
So perhaps we enjoy it.
Unless... And then Reese will like pull his hands apart like and do a little tiny like aurora. I've been practicing. Not sure if I could do this, but maybe one day.
If you can manage something to that extent, I think we'll have a hard
I'll work on
time
it.
keeping any of that in check.
Discreetly.
So discreet.
But as the
I will lay down and watch.
Yeah, I was going to say, Selu was at that. There's no more left to be said, just to enjoy the lights for the rest of the night.
Same.
So as we fade to Aurora rather than fading to black on the evening as the camera cuts away, we're going to go ahead and take our break.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Man.
It'll be-
Decisions.
How much lore.
Decisions and stuff and things. So
yeah,
much.
just sit back. Y'all do all the storytelling.
Oh, man.
Good stuff. All right, we'll be back here in about 5 minutes after we take a super
on.
quick lore dump
Just let
break.
all that soak in for a minute. Then, oof.
All right.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us and stuck with us so far. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Head on the road.
What?
Hey, and we're back.
Yeah. Welcome back. So,
Oh,
come
the
on back
sun
now.
rises.
yeah, the sun rises.
So, if I can, real quick before we start back in, because
Yes.
the people that jumped in here tonight with the raid that we started off the night with and everything there, we kind of crushed our follower goal that I was not expecting to hit until maybe end of night or further into maybe Saturday, given our usual, like how often we snag a couple people. So I am not prepared to do that giveaway tonight at all. I'm so sorry.
Too bad. They'll have to tune in to Breakfast and Dragons.
Right. So I will figure out a way to do that on Breakfast and Dragons on Saturday morning. Since that kind of sucks for the people that are here now and may not be able to join us on Saturday, I am going to actually do 2 giveaways. We're going to do one live on Breakfast and Dragons that we will run around or over the break, and we will do another one on our Twitter. So if you're here tonight, please, you can find our Twitter information down in the About section below, and I will post up on that for what we will run for the giveaway for here. So please, by all means, give us a follow on Twitter and keep track with us, and I'll let you know when that giveaway happens.
Yeah, that sounds like a good problem to have.
And to specify, that giveaway will in fact be a free custom miniature order from Eldritch Foundry. So
Ooh.
you can design
Whoop.
and order whatever mini you like from there.
Super cool.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
And I'll
Well.
shut up now and let get back to
Yeah.
fantasy stuffs.
So gathering back together in the inn and sleeping through the night. Click that long rest button for all the abilities we haven't used.
Go for insomnia.
Yep. The sun rises and the day is yours.
When do we plan on leaving?
It depends on how much you want to eat your pheasant.
He's eating peasants?
Depends on how good breakfast is.
About that time, Zalo comes through the door with the ceremonial coffee and juice
Oh, yeah.
for everyone involved. I think I got it right this time. Kai, you don't like the dirty bean water, so there's extra for Reese here. And
I'm
like,
pretty sure I'm the only one that drinks it now.
so Reese has like 3 cups in front of him, juice and
Oh,
water
of
for
course.
everybody else. Jubei, we are still planning to do that today before we leave.
Depends on when we leave.
Well, we said a day, and it's not been a day yet. Only a night.
It is not a duel of honor.
They left pretty quickly yesterday, so I think if we left now, it'd be hard to catch up to them.
It may not be a duel of honor, but I've heard that you have a foe quite foul.
Boo.
Yes.
Had a Jubei.
There goes those brain cells again. There they go.
Yeah.
Fizzle, fizzle, fizzle.
So,
I can still partake in the pheasant eating.
Mist would be majoritively ignoring all of you all, and with the same idea as when he cast the Aurora on the wall the night before. He's working on something a little bit more in depth this time, knowing that he's going to be leaving this beautiful viewpoint for the waning of knives. He actually projects like a 15-foot wide picture of the moon on the ceiling and slowly has it going through its phase cycles.
That's so cool.
That's
As
exciting.
he is experimenting with silent image for the first time.
I'm just sipping my coffee.
Which one? All three of them?
All three. Oh, I'm already through one. Moving on to the second.
So you're me in real life. Okay.
Yeah, same.
So, for reference, Jubei, the pheasant eating finery was to occur on the floor and was to be first thing in the morning.
Okay.
I can grab the horses and meet you.
The cat is all about the pheasant eating contest.
The cat has invaded the stream yet again.
Yes, I heard there's food, peasant. Give it to me now.
No,
Thank you.
pheasant.
So, on the floor, first thing in the morning, right?
Yes. When is Mist? When is your twirling?
Yes, the twirling of words around my opponent's skull would be this evening.
Actually, one more day.
Oh, tomorrow evening.
I was actually looking forward to that.
I'm sure that I will be able to battle with somebody in a different village at a different festival, and they will only have slight insult for me for failing in this one.
Fair enough.
Well, I would hate to attend my event and then he does not get to attend his. But it is pheasant. I wish it was pie.
I wish it was pie.
I don't
I
know
agree.
if pie would taste good.
I'm just watching Nemi.
This cat is killing
Dang
me.
it! I'm watching Vader reach up.
His name is Tater.
Yeah. Oh, I can't believe I called him Nemi again.
Well, I've had 2 black Maine Coon cats. It happens.
Dude, it's been years.
That's the Cheshire effect going on back there. Is
Yeah.
your background
That's
shifts.
fantastic.
So,
Or he wants. He
um,
wants on the back of my chair.
So Reese will, like a hobo, wrap everything up in a blanket and then stuff it into his bag, all of his belongings. Collect everything.
Oh,
I'm gonna miss a wagon.
war. War. What is it good for?
God.
Missing.
I heard it
core
never
evidence
changes.
Is what I'm pretty sure. That's. Yeah.
yeah. So,
Um,
as you all gather your things together and say your goodbyes, the pheasant eating competition is actually there's several tables set up down on the floor as you see them as you're putting barding and everything on your horses. You can see where they had 3 long tables set up down on the next level down. And they're in the process of taking 2 of those long tables away.
Oh.
oh,
No.
Yep.
You know, it's just gonna be me and like English, right? We're gonna be the only 2 left.
Mist is like going through Reese's pack and picking out breakfast bits that he was like, it was wrapped up in my experiment. It is good that you brought breakfast. I'm just like digging through your pack, eating what he wants, digging through again. Eating what he wants.
Speaking of, Mist, I need an animal handling check out of you, please.
Oh, are we at the horses already?
Oh, wait, if we're about to mount, I want to do something before that.
So we're we are heading into this stablery and getting the horses ready as we decide where we're going.
Yeah. I would love to help with that.
Please do.
I was gonna say,
Okay, cool.
if you were
So-
not, Selu was absolutely going to.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. So first of all, you guys keep like putting stuff on your horse, and then like Kai will come in like 5 seconds later and like move shit around. like pretty much everybody besides Selu probably. Kai is like constantly readjusting your pack and like shifting things so that they're sitting like more comfortable on the horse.
Don't worry, he did this with me the first 2 days as well.
I just hand my stuff to Kai.
Just accept that it's wrong, and he will show you where it goes.
So like Jubei's like standing back just watching as I'm adjusting everybody else's stuff, and then he just walks over to me and is like, I'm like, yeah, okay, cool.
Mist did well enough on the animal handling check to know not to walk up from straight behind the horse, but that's about it.
Okay.
Oh no.
Would
So
you like me to...
you succeeded the bare functioning minimum of not getting dead.
No, these are horses, not bears.
Fair enough.
Did
If
you want
it
me
was
to make animal handling as well?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Mine was a
With the
total
bear, I
of
would hug
12.
it. I would hug the bear.
Okay, so I got a dirty 20.
Okay.
Voice.
So I want to walk up to Mist's horse. Do we have names for these horses?
Oh no. I didn't. I'm
Mist,
so sorry.
What's give me a name for this?
Do you need to know its name?
Do you want me to make its name?
Sure. You're the one who can talk to horses.
Okay, so you hear me just like kind of like muttering to it. You can't really hear what I'm saying. And then I pat it a couple times, and then I'm gesturing over to you, and the horse like looks at you, and then I like look back at the horse, and the horse looks at me, and then I look over at you, and the horse looks back over at you, and then I like gesture for you to come up to come over. I say,
What do the horses look like?
They are riding horses of varying, boring, nondescript variety. Mist happens to be mostly brown with black mane.
Mist is approaching it and Kai with the same reference that he showed to the Drusilla.
and I put my hand out like Vasila did earlier, showing Mist to do the same. And I let you guys approach each other, and I say, Mist, he has let me know that his name, which I'm sure you'll be pleased to know, is Moon Brother. And I think you will get along.
It is certainly a good start, and I will be trying to just imitate everything you do.
I will walk up to one of the boring, nondescript horses, petting its mane. I am sorry that you are just a common, boring horse. So I will name you Manju for one of the most boring dishes of my homeland.
Reese just
You're
frowned.
not allowed to make this one into bacon either. You realize that, right? That's
The
not...
horses you don't make into bacon. Horses you make like a tartare or a steak.
And so then we'll walk up to another one and start just...
There's actually a society of warriors that live off of
Oh no.
Oh no.
that live off of horses. The horse meat.
I can't...
They boil the blood with vinegar. That's actually what the Spartans ate.
Just waiting for another brain
Right.
cell glitching moment.
So with my animal handling roll, I was hoping to let Mist roll his with advantage.
So, Mist, as you approach, the horse's eyes kind of start rolling in the back of its head. And there's the heavy breathing as your hand is up near the muzzle.
Your horse is possessed.
And it chomps at you, and kind of recoiling a little bit. And Kai, with his calming presence, you may try it again.
Okay. That's another 12, the exact same roll.
God damn it.
So in the end, with the pair of barely above 10s, your horse will let you lead it.
Yeah.
That's where you're at right now.
Perhaps
It is
this
at least
episode-
it is at least carrying my things. This is the most I can ask for any horse that I have met thus far.
Maybe if we need to go quickly, you can ride with me.
I could
Sure.
try to convince it.
It can possibly improve over time, but that's all you've accomplished this morning.
gonna take time.
because you wrote that in your backstory.
Yep.
I can keep watching. This is humorous.
My whole life was on a circus wagon being pulled by the horses, not on the horses.
Give them some time.
When I
They-
when I mount my horse, I'm gonna sit up there and look way down at Lux. Oh no! And then I'll be like, "Oh wait!" And I'll look over at Jubei. Jubei, watch! And I'm gonna be like, do the thing." And then there's like good minute of nothing happening. As Lux is like, "I'm not gonna perform for you." And then finally, she'll transform into an owl and like fly up on my shoulder.
After Jubei's looked away.
Yeah, probably like
I was
wait.
about to say, you hear a sneeze and Juve rubs his nose. Oh, these horses. What was she supposed to do? Oh, she jumped. That's.
She said she can fly.
Did you give her a
Never
biscuit?
mind. Never mind.
That's pretty high. That's impressive. And you've had her, what, 2 days? She must be a smart dog.
Did you give her a biscuit?
Did you give her a biscuit? Plenty
so
of biscuits.
what are you naming your horse, Reese?
I don't talk to horses. I ask my horse what his name is, and there's nothing happening.
Nay.
So
Actually, I tell you what. I'll make a mind link with the horse. Do I feel any emotions?
Yeah, get the hell off my back.
Eagerness.
Hmm.
Like the horse knows it's preparing to do work, so it's eager to move.
If you think it's been doping, you can name it Medina Spirit.
Oh man.
No.
Oh man.
So while everybody else, is
Yeah, I'll think of it.
Sailor, please do the same.
So he wrote out a schema with a horse with no name.
Yeah.
God.
That one wasn't bad though.
I'm gonna name this horse Horse.
It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad.
Oh man.
So ponder what you're gonna name your horses.
Yeah.
I named mine.
On the level below, the pheasant eating competition is preparing as you are getting ready to mount up and head out.
How does my competition look?
So as the group has made their way down to the lower level, kind of saying goodbye to the floor of Schema for now, Clover bids you farewell, and you see Vizila there in the barn, kind of awkwardly waving as you leave.
I awkwardly laid back.
Yeah. And
Bastila's the big bad.
That's
This is her character art. You took the
social
bar away from-
anxiety is the big bad.
Selu will actually ride their horse over to Bazila. Well, like everybody else goes on, and Selu detours. Just
Okay.
briefly.
Took Navarro away. That's her character arc. She chases us to get the horse back.
So, Sailor.
If you would, sometimes I found I can speak with them a little bit myself, but I know that you can. Can you tell me their name?
She reaches a hand up and begins to pat the horse's muzzle, and there's a pause. No.
Well, then I guess we'll have to find out.
Sorry.
No, thank you. I hope we see you again someday. And Sayla will reach up towards them and towards their hair, the same place that they reached to Selu.
Mm-hmm.
And a flower blooms out and just stays there.
Okay.
Thank you. Take care. And
There's
Sayla-
this very awkward touches the flower and then just kind of looks down as you leave.
Doesn't say anything else. Just take care and heads off.
Okay. So, Jubei, down in the lower level, you see some familiar faces actually settling up. And what is his name? Taggart is there. Well, we had to put something together. Free breakfast. That's a lot of breakfast. Okay. I know many of you were last minute joiners. Thank you so much. And looking across, you see Dinglish, correctly guessed. You see Telflin, Zane,
Oh boy.
Clover,
Gosh.
two other individuals you have not met.
I'm trying to get something together with Clover and Zane.
Two other individuals you have not actually met yet. One by the name of Ortis, one by the name of Keller. Both brothers, brown hair, blue eyes, very look. They could be twins, but you can tell one's older than the other. Sorry, there weren't more of you, but really, really glad that you stuck with us. Are we all ready?
So ready.
I'm so ready.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
There is this awkward feel to Taggart. He's trying to keep the spirit going.
How's everybody doing? Around me.
Because I don't follow the question. I'm sorry.
No, attitudes. Or some of them look like they're just doing it to do it, or some of them look like they're here to win.
Well, you see behind Dinglish is Sandy, and there's a seat at the table in front of her, and she will not approach. However, Dinglish and Clover are ready to throw down.
Okay. So
Telflin is there as well, and he is chipper, but he's a small guy.
is everybody in earshot?
Yes.
Okay. Look at who's running the thing again?
Taggart.
Taggart. Look at Taggart. Excuse me. Who is preparing the pheasant this morning?
Well, one of the cooks over at the Restful Wake at his place, and he points at Zane.
I have not had the pleasure to eat there. I honestly hope that the cook knows how to prepare pheasant, because improper pheasant, if it's not prepared correctly, can cause pinworms in the bowels of the people that eat them, and I'm going to use forceful presence and intimidate the rest of the people.
Do
Oh
it!
my goodness.
Yes!
Reese is already intimidated.
Oh my
So-
god.
Okay.
Best use of a fighter intimidation ever. I'll fucking love it.
So I get intimidation with advantage.
Yes,
And
you do.
since I became a samurai, I can actually I became proficient in persuasion, so I can actually use the same ability to persuade with advantage.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Dang.
intimidation.
That is a 19 plus 3.
Okay,
22.
so
Ooh.
there's this. You could hear a pin drop for a moment, and then behind Dinglish, you hear Sandy go, "Nope." And so Sandy backs up. Telflin gets up, turning his ashen skin turning blue, like as if he's
man.
getting sick, and the brothers get up too.
So if we've separated
So it is
from
literally you, Dinglish, and Clover.
My money's on Clover.
Right?
Don't mess with
Wow.
Oh. Turn to the tides there.
Beautiful. Just beautiful.
So, friends, since there's only 3 of you, I guess we can go ahead and get started. We don't have to wait for more chickens to come out of or pheasants to come out of the oven. That hat's killing me. Are
The turkey's coming out of the oven.
are we ready for this?
yes, I say I will.
Okay. Well, in proper preparation here.
You hear sword pulling and combat music.
Combat.
This is combat music, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, hold on. Kaida has things to
Jubei.
say about this.
Jubei, laid in front of you is your first pheasant, and the second laid immediately after that. And the chef, the cook, runs back over to the restful wake to go presumably grab more. They look cooked. Probably not something you would serve. Like, they could have at least thrown some oil on it or something. But, however, you have a grilled pheasant in front of you. 2, in fact. All right, friends. Are we ready? On your marks.
This is intense.
Get set. Roll initiative, Jubei.
I felt that was coming.
Oh, that's great.
That is a 17.
Not bad.
Okay.
You be ready to eat.
Came prepared.
As you lunge for your first pheasant, Clover and Dinglish, a moment behind you in order. What do you do?
Well, since I've already spent my forceful presence for the day, I do want to sit there as they're about to eat and be like, "Oh, well, better safe." And I'm going to release my Dragonborn breath onto the 2 pheasants in front of me. And since I'm immune, got fire resistance, I'm going to eat them while they're on fire.
Okay. Roll another intimidation check for me.
Okay, so that's just a regular one. So that's just a dirty 20.
Okay. 30-20. As you tear into your first pheasant, taking it down, most of the bones have already been picked out, so it's fairly easy. Just absorbing this on fire bird. Clover, just a moment behind you, shoving the whole thing, the bones that are in it and all, just into her mouth and chomping on it. Pheasant and gristle coming out of her half-orc teeth.
Fully taking advantage of the fact that I'm Dragonborn and have a bigger mouth. If I can fit 2 pheasants in there at a time, I will.
Okay, so we'll come to that on your next turn. Dinglish, a slightly more proper gentleman, despite being a full-blooded orc, is just a moment behind you as he was reaching for the silverware that was provided, and then quickly realizes his mistake and dives towards his pheasant. Jubei, it is your turn.
So, have I been brought more pheasant?
Your next pheasant has arrived. You have 2 in front of you.
Okay, take the one that's still on fire, plus the other one, smash them together, and both in the mouth.
Okay. I
We're
need
ducking.
right. At this point, this is your third pheasant, so I need your first Constitution saving throw, sir.
This is for the pinworms. That's 16.
Okay.
Do not Google that. Do not Google that.
Clover, just a moment behind you, dives for her second as the third one gets set down and starts shoving it in her mouth. A moment behind you, seeing that you are already on your third, and starts lunging for the third one. Dinguish, excited about this sudden turn and the excitement that he's now feeling, grabs his first two, as he had not quite gotten the first one yet because of his very honest mistake, civilized and all. Shoves the first two pheasants in his mouth and starts chomping as quickly as he can. Jubei, it is your turn. You have a pheasant in front of you and another one on its way.
I look at her with a mouthful of pheasant. Faster, my dear! Stuff that one in my mouth.
Okay, I need a Constitution saving throw from you, sir.
Oh man.
Okay, so that's a 17.
Okay. Just crushing
Good
it
work.
today.
Yeah, these rolls are going to screw me because I have a +4 to my con save.
Okay, so that is literally your fourth pheasant in just less than a minute at this point. You're just shoveling it into your face. Clover reaches for her third and shoves it in her mouth, grinning at you, her half-orc tusk sticking up and just shit falling out of her mouth as she scrambles to shove it
This is the most visceral
near her
combat
mouth.
we've had to date.
Absolutely.
I just give her a toothy smile with like pheasant and bones sticking out from between my teeth.
She rolls a 19 plus on her Constitution save, so
Clover's
she is
doing work
good.
too.
Dinguish, Dinguish reaches for his third pheasant and shoves it towards his mouth, grabbing his napkin to make sure he doesn't get it on his waistcoat.
I just realized I'm in an
Man.
eating contest with two half orcs.
One half and one whole blood.
Yeah.
So he almost spits it up. Just shoved it in his mouth too fast. Didn't have time to chew. Having a hard time. Jubei, it is back to you, sir. You have a single pheasant in front of you.
Okay, shoving that bad boy in.
All right, Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, that's a 14 on the die +4. That's an 18.
Jesus, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
5 pheasants in for Jubei in a minute. Just shoveling these into your mouth.
Jubei's gonna poop weird tonight.
Clover. Clover, not to be shown up, grabs hers and reaches across and grabs Dinguish's and shoves them both in
she
her
reads-
move.
Oh my
Is she-
god.
Okay, we're picturing all of us like Last Supper style on one side with the audience. Is she reaching across me?
No.
That'd be even better.
That was better.
And got a little big for her britches. One of them comes back out, and she's got to slow down and catch up. Dinguish is now pheasantless and waiting for one to arrive the next turn. Jubei, it is your turn. A pheasant is laid in front of each of you.
In for a penny, in for a pound. Grab my pheasant and the one she spit out.
Okay. All right. I need a
my
Constitution
God.
saving throw at disadvantage, sir.
Oh no.
Disadvantage. Okay,
Reese is like, I shouldn't watch this.
that's a 10 and a 12, so a 14.
Okay. You are not feeling great. That may have been a bit much. That is your first failure, sir.
You do that thing where you gag a little bit, but you don't actually throw up.
The Dragonborn
Spit out
throws.
pheasant.
I verb pheasant a little bit.
God.
That pops out.
Clover reaches for the one she has just been brought, since you have taken her last one, and downs it, succeeding her saving throw just fine, and shoves it in and is mean mugging you. She literally gives you the down thumbs.
That's what she gets for calling me attractive.
Distinguish, poor guy.
Oh no!
Distinguish rolls a 1, so that's 2 failures. Distinguish gets his third now, finally catching up, his third pheasant, and shoves it into his mouth, and pheasant goes everywhere. He's not vomiting, but there's a cough, it goes everywhere, and he doubles over in a coughing fit and leaves the table and heads behind one of the nearby stalls, and you hear retching sounds coming. Distinguish is out of the competition. Poor guy. I was really hoping that he would do it.
This
You
is
made
the
it
most
your turn.
extreme combat we've been in.
Right?
This is rough.
Right?
It's just been a couple of slow sessions.
I
The
really
most
hope,
graphic.
I really hope nobody's a sympathetic vomiter because I
Alright, grabbing.
feel like
since
Sandy is off somewhere else vomiting just because all of this is going on.
Hey, I don't care if I won or not. I won because I knocked half the people out before the contest even started.
Oh yeah,
No argument.
you're already a winner.
So just playing it safe right now. Take the one pheasant that's in front of me, giving them time to bring the other one up, and just shoving it into my mouth.
Alright, Constitution saving throw, sir.
All right, that is a 11. I love my Cthulhu dice. So that is 15.
Okay. You held that one in by the skin of your teeth. That was just barely making it, sir. And you feel it. There's that. Oh God, no. Eye of the tiger. I could do this.
Can we ask for water?
Dunk it in some water. Just do
Yeah,
something.
there is already a pitcher of water in front of you. You've got choices. Clover, seeing your reaction, smiles big and reaches out and grabs hers and shoves it down her gullet. And does just fine. She's catching up to you with 7.
What am I at? I lost count.
You're at 8.
So grabbing mine,
On
and
wheels.
I grab it, and I'm like dunking the whole pheasant in the pitcher of water. Like going in and chasing it with
Was
water.
serious? That's what they do with the bread. That's what
Alright.
they do with the meat.
It's breaded pheasant, right?
Oh no!
Alright, Jubei. Constitution saving throw, sir.
That's an 11 again. 15.
Okay. You are skinning your teeth. Like the water was clutch for the lubrication to get it down. Like your stomach hurts. Your throat hurts. Your jaw hurts. This is...
I was not this tense when Mist almost died.
Yeah.
Clover. Coming in clutch here. Jubei, you're at 19 total. Clover rounds to 18. Holding on. But you can see she's right on the edge, too. It's like the who's gonna give. Neither of us are enjoying this anymore. Why are we doing this?
I wanna try-
God.
One last intimidation check for her.
Okay. What are you doing?
I look at her out of breath, pheasant pouring out of my mouth with water. You know, they won't taste as good when they come back up. And I'll grab the next pheasant and I'll shove it in my mouth.
Constitution saving throw, sir.
Alright. 15 plus 4.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Rallying. Jubei comes around, focusing that warrior spirit. And she looks at you and smiles. Yeah, you better quit. This grisly, like, nothing but pheasant voice that's coming out. She reaches over and grabs the one they brought for Distinguish and hers and goes for gold. Oh no.
Oh no!
That's 2-1.
Oh,
Oh no! Reach
Talks
too
a
far.
big game.
She shoves both of these pheasants in her mouth and is chomping, chewing, and she's grinning at you and doesn't even realize when they start coming back out.
Oh no, that's gross.
And then she does and dives under the table,
Oh no!
retching.
Holy shit.
And there's this pause. And Jubei, sir, after the strangest combat of the game so far, is declared the winner. Jubei. Sojin Jubei.
I stand up with extended belly and just bow.
The small crowd that gathered is equal parts in awe and horror as they watch this. Clover has run off. Dinguish is collecting himself, but not looking good. His very fine waistcoat utterly ruined.
Yeah, I hate to see my kimono right now.
It's kind of greasy. It's not looking great.
Reese comes back around the corner. He left way early in the competition because he couldn't handle it and sees the carnage and just
Selu is just
never eating pheasant.
like dumbfounded by this entire process. Like, can't decide if they're disgusted.
What just
or
happened?
Just
In the
confused.
space of 2 minutes, Jubei ate 9 pheasants.
Holy shit.
Let this
That's
be a
true.
lesson to all pheasants everywhere to look on me in despair.
Who's the master?
Oh,
Goodness.
my
I love
stomach
it.
hurts. My stomach.
Yeah,
it's
that's me.
painful.
That was the most graphic D&D content I've ever experienced.
Watching the hot dog contest.
Challenge accepted, sir.
It would have been nicer if it was pie, but
Oh,
Oh man.
I believe the last two were underdone.
Taggart comes up to you and hands you a purse. I might throw up. Here you go. Why did we do this year? Oh, we never learn better.
Can I suggest dessert next year? I will return for dessert. That would actually help cook.
If you're here next year, yes.
Yeah, the pie
Why do
eating.
we do this?
What?
why?
Guys, we
The-
have to keep Yubei alive for the next year.
The brothers that bailed,
Quest.
We officially
Come
have our
over.
first
yeah,
Jubei lives
The-
for the next year.
the brothers that bailed at the beginning of the process come over and start like helping to clean up. Disgusted, like barely keeping it. You see, Sandy is like on the other side of the square, as far away as possible, not coming anywhere near it.
Don't blame her.
Not at all. And the small crowd that gathered for this pheasant eating competition, the excitement and adrenaline of those few moments pass, disperses. And Taggart comes up to Kai. Black Hands. I see you all are prepared for travel. Does that mean you'll be exiting the lists?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was going to tell you as we left.
Well, if those excitable individuals insisted on refunds, I suppose it's only fair I give you one as well. And he fishes out 10 gold pieces and offers them to you.
This is not necessary, but thank you. And I take it and I hand it to Jubei.
That is not how taxes work.
Not this. You paid this for me. It is only right that you get it back.
I have this, and I shake the purse and look inside.
There are 9 silver.
And I say, and I have this, and I pat my sword.
Do you plan on killing people for what you need? That is not why I gave you that.
Well, that is not what I meant, but you never know. I'm still holding the gold. I'm still holding the gold out to you.
Fine, and I drop it into the silver bag.
I
9 silver.
apologize. It is 14 silver.
Oh, 14 silver for 9 pheasants. Interesting. I don't
Yeah.
like this. I don't like the pheasant exchange rate in this town.
Not good.
If you do pies next year, maybe we can. No one wants to sign up for it.
I
If you
can't
did pies-
imagine why.
I can see why.
Maybe if we had a
This
competition
is
with
just horror struck.
something very sweet and savory, maybe a donut eating competition. People would sign up for a donut eating.
Like Sailor looks back at Kai
sweet
and is
roll.
like, "Do people normally eat the bones? I don't understand. What just happened?"
The answer is no. And the answer to that is, I will regret it later. If you hear screaming in the woods, I am not being attacked. Oh, kind of, but not in that way.
Different kind of ambush.
Yeah. That's the one you did to yourself.
that poor bush.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why did I do that?
Yeah, it was great.
I did that, guys. I did that to you.
I told you, it should have been
Oh.
desserts.
So, Jubei tries to convince.
I was
Wait,
gonna
you
say
know
goodbye to
that?
Clover, but they're not doing great.
Right? Not
Maybe
the best
something
time.
small, like dumpling.
I know this isn't a good time, but bye.
Yeah, Clover is nowhere to be seen at this point.
Yeah.
She is having a bad time.
Is there a fountain nearby?
No, there is not a fountain in this town.
I want to clean the front of my. There's vents everywhere. Is there like a steaming vent where I can steam my kimono?
Steam it.
You can clean yourself off easily enough. However, the closer you get to the steam, the more nauseous you feel.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I was thinking about this horrible, horrible thing that KFC used to have on its menu called a double down.
Oh no!
And-
yeah.
No!
No.
Please stop!
Yeah.
Please stop!
Stop. Moving on. So the party
Good.
gathers.
Hard
Yeah.
stop. Where's the red card? The X? Is that the?
Yeah, the X card.
So, after taking a few minutes and saying your goodbyes, you do find Sandy approaching the group. I suppose you're leaving.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of hoped you wouldn't, but I mean, I get it. I do. You're a good person, Reese. Don't forget that.
Same to you.
We won't let him forget.
And we'll be back.
You better. Or else. I don't know.
Very intimidating.
No, but that's okay.
Can you do me a favor and tell Hofer that we're leaving? We didn't get a chance. And yeah.
Well, you guys talked yesterday. I'm sure she's fine. Everything's kind of weird since everybody else left. It's almost like the festival's collapsed.
Sorry to hear it.
People have too many rooms to rent and not. It's weird.
Almost like a fire festival.
Oh no.
Wow.
Well, like I said, we'll be back. Maybe not for a festival, but to visit.
Be nice. Just be careful, all of you. The lights were a little weird last night. I don't know what it means. It's probably nothing, but it just gave me a feeling.
Do they normally come down that low?
No.
I'm sitting on a chair, rubbing my stomach, drinking water. Define weird.
They came lower than they usually do, and there are spots in the forest where almost like they touched. It's I don't know. It was just different. I'm probably just on edge because of yesterday.
I understand, but I think things will be okay. I think things are changing now, and we're gonna have to keep up with it.
Right.
Out of
Um,
curiosity, I don't suppose you noticed any specific places in the forest where it looked like it touched.
uh, there were a few, yeah. Um,
Any on the way
It's
out
hard-
of town?
nothing close by.
Hmm.
It's hard to tell where the road winds, but nothing close by. It all looked like it was further out.
Gabe, you monster, giving us this tease.
I don't
Were
know
you
what
able
you're
to see
talking
over by the waterfall by chance?
No, the cliff kind of follows the line.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Please be careful.
You too. Then again, I mean, after that, I think your friend, she kind of waves at Jubei as he sits there. And I think he can do anything. So
I agree.
I think you'll be all right.
Would you say
Thank you,
I
Sam.
can do anything or can't do anything?
You are
can.
capable of anything.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
She takes a moment and looks at each of you in turn. Be safe.
Lux does a little like cute flyby as an owl, just like giving a little like whistle as she goes by Sandy, and then comes back to Reese.
Hey,
Oh,
watch it, Reese. There's that owl. Make sure your dog doesn't chase it.
It just lands on Reese's shoulder. He just stares daggers at Jubei.
So, safe travels.
Thank you for everything.
Good luck.
We'll see you again.
Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good.
Take care of that mother of yours.
Right!
Bolts.
You can see where her mother was on a chair off to the side, asleep, through the whole
course.
pheasant eating competition.
I was hoping she was cheering for me.
Sailor walks over to Jubei and reaches in their herb pouch, pulls out a few mint leaves. This will probably help the breath and your stomach a little bit. Just maybe a smidge.
Jubei looking at Sailor, knowing that Sailor was having such a hard time with the competition, just has to pour it on because it's Jubei. Well, the grease of the fowl made it easier to swallow.
Just goes back in, grabs 2 more mint leaves, and just, just hands it, just shakes their head, and
I can't believe we did this. All right.
For a long horseback ride filled with greasy pheasant.
That's right.
Ugh.
So, on the road.
Yep.
Sorry, you
Moving
missing
on
your
up.
Mist leading his horse as quickly as he can walk.
This might take a while.
The first few hours of the trip go by fairly uneventfully. Jubei, your stomach is starting to settle, but any sudden movements kind of set you on edge.
I'm waiting for that one bump in the road that makes me running for the nearest bush. Chicken's escaping!
There, you travel for a few hours. Just kind of the serenity of the world around you taking over as this, I don't know, anticipation settles over the group. Going from this festival, this supposedly joyous occasion, to a very unknown to the north.
Have any of you been to war?
No.
I have reenacted many battles with the troop. It's got to be the same thing.
I grew up fighting, but never.
War isn't
Always to train, never to.
war isn't fighting. There's an old adage: war is hell. But from what I know of hell is actually nicer than war, because when you go into hell, there's a river called the Styx that when you cross it, you forget all you know of the earthly pleasures, so you don't miss it. War is worse, because when you're dealing with what's there, you remember what's home.
Unfortunately, war is my home.
I
I
like you
don't
all,
very much look forward to it.
and I'm going to help protect what I like and what I care about, and I like you all. And
I appreciate this.
Reese, I am behind you if you wish and feel the need to go home. I understand that. Some of us can't go home. But I can respect it.
Then I hope to one day return the favor to you.
That is a day I do not wish. But I do understand.
Everyone make a perception check for me.
Oof.
God, that is my third sub 10 roll in a row.
I think one of the pheasants is trying to peck its way out of my stomach. Got one.
Ooh.
21.
11.
Am I allowed to roll separately for Lux or not?
In this instance, no.
Okay. Then awful. Garbage.
Okay.
11.
So, as you are all walking, the clouds the fog in the surrounding forest starts to fill in. And it almost feels like there's a storm brewing. A little bit of wind shifts by, and the kind of tealish blue mists that you've seen rising up from some of the vents
He's more of a darkish blue.
wafts past. And Kai, moving through the forest, a long ways off, but definitely heading in the same direction. is the Kestrel Vix.
Okay. First time I've seen it.
Mm-hmm. And then you look over, and it's not looking at you. It's looking ahead. It's kind of loping through as it goes. And a bit of steam and mist rolls through. Then it's gone.
I get kind of this like goofy look on my face, and I say, "Lou, did you see it that time?"
Damn it, where?
It was the first time I have seen it. I am happy to be blessed by its presence finally. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
The fog rising up from the ground starts to fill in a little more dense in the road around you. In strong contrast to the clear skies and gentle breeze you had on the way in. And eventually, you come up to a familiar sight, the stone pillar jutting up out of the ground that you passed on the way in. The ground in the area warmer, and fruits growing on trees. Continuing past, the mist begins to fade away. And coming from this direction, you notice that there are a pair of old worn statues kind of fallen over in the woods that were either covered by something or unnoticed on your path in. As large as that pillar, at least 3 or 4 feet across, statues of warriors, weather worn, deteriorated.
Can I get a can I get a judge of if so every time we come to one of the like worn large obelisk like structures, Sailor's been noting like the style of construction for them.
Sure.
Is there anything that looks relevant of these to anything else that we've seen?
You'd have to get off the road to go look. I mean, they're right off the road, but you would have to stop and do so.
If I have to get off the horse, I will. But
Okay.
Sailor will pop over to it
Okay.
in proper fashion, not saying much to anybody else. Just kind of like, oh, look, a thing. Mm.
And as you do, kind of sifting away some of the dirt and leaves that have gathered, and getting a real good look at them, these, with the detail worn away, it almost looks clunky. It's not like a smooth arm. It's more like a big clunky where you can see where, okay, that was probably a greave, but it's kind of worn and merged into other things. And it appears to be relatively similar to the pillar that you just passed. And as you look a little bit closer at it, make a perception check for me.
Oh my, that is the third 6 in a row. I have literally rolled 666. So
Throw that dice out, dude.
Wait.
hey, this is the die that has been very generous to me on every other night.
I just mean for tonight. Just like retire it for the night.
Yep.
11 again.
Okay.
Dip it in holy water.
With everybody else waiting at their horses, I assume.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What?
This wouldn't be the first time Selu has like dipped off and caught back up. Like something caught their attention, and
Yeah.
so
Uh,
whether
I might
we stopped
follow.
or not is entirely their prerogative.
So Reese, you go ahead and make a perception check as well.
And Lux will pop down on the ground as a fox.
Okay, and make one for Lux.
Oh, okay. Well, she got a natural 20, and I got a 2.
Okay. So
She doesn't get any modifiers, though. It's a 20.
So, Mist and Selu, or excuse me, Reese and Selu kind of absorbed, and oh look, this old statue that's been here forever, and you get inserted forcefully. It almost gives you a headache. How quickly and how loudly the emotion hits is danger. And as soon as that happens, Selu and Reese, you find the earth around you moves and wraps up around your legs and drags you down to the waist. And you are now half buried, grappled, and restrained. And I need initiative from everyone, please.
Yay!
Huh.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
No, we're gonna
Go
enter
for it.
combat when I'm like full of chicken.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are we really rolling initiative at 10:30 at night? Oh,
Trust the process, sir.
Hey, not bad. Dirty 20.
Me too.
15.
Well, since I'm terrified, I got 6.
I trusted the die and got a nat 20.
Yeah.
There you go.
Coming
They heard me
in-
talking shit.
Coming in when it needs to be. So that's going to be a total of 23 for Selu.
Okay, 23 for Selu. Kai, what was your total?
15.
Mistlethar,
Dirty 20.
Jubei,
Dirty 20.
Reese.
6.
Awesome.
Vibing.
All right. Selu, the ground has come alive around you. These vines have reached up and are grabbing at you and pulling you into the earth.
How close am I? Literally right next to Reese.
You are right next to Reese.
As this is happening, I will reach out and try to grab a hold of Reese. Assuming I am close enough to do so.
Sure.
And I will say, we have to go! And there's that rush of wind that you heard previously when Selu dipped out. And you suddenly find yourself 30 feet away by Jubei.
Oh, what?
Okay.
Dang.
Keep in mind, players.
Selu is still there.
So to say, keep in mind, players, you can click the astral combat tracker and actually watch it for yourself now, thanks to
I
astral.
love it.
Yep. I'm still figuring out how to work with that. So Selu,
that is my bonus action. I will use my action to attempt to writhe my way out of whatever restraint I am in.
Okay, make an athletics check.
Can it be acrobatics?
You cannot, sir. You are bound and half buried.
Well,
I'm sorry, sir.
no.
You teleported the wrong person.
Yeah,
Did you Misty Step him? Because that's a self spell.
I did.
Not
He
the 11.
did, and he can.
Not
Okay,
me.
cool. Cool.
Level 3 did some cool shit.
Sweet.
Freaking love it.
Yeah, so that is a total of 6 after the
Okay.
+1 modifier. So
Struggle as you might, the earth and vines writhing up around you are latching in and weaving into your clothing, and you are just struggling
Yep.
to get away.
And that is it for me.
All right, Mist, you are up.
I was, man. So I feel like my horse would be freaking out. I don't know what to do about it. So I would probably.
For ease of this encounter, you are able to dismount.
Okay.
Not counting against you.
Well, I wasn't mounted anyway as I walked my horse. Can I see anything going on?
You see these vines, and for ease of use, I just have those tokens there as like these writhing mass of vines. But that is kind of it.
Is this strike me as similar to what we saw at the waterfall?
Not at all.
Okay. Yeah, so Mist doesn't know what to do, and he will kind of run into the middle of the group here, and behind Jubei, like his normal token move is, and take the dodge action. Yeah, well, that's it.
Okay. Go ahead and click end of your turn. Jubei, you are up. You are muted.
Seeing this happen with them and remembering the vines, I will slide off the horse, pulling with me the rope, and waddle up to about, let's see, it should be about right here. And I'm going to throw Selu an end of the rope. Like, kind of hold one end and boom, the other.
Okay. And I will let you hold an action to pull if you would like to as you're preparing.
Would like to, yes.
Awesome.
Nice.
Go ahead and click end for me. Kai, you're up.
Can I still be mounted on Navara or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
You have trained in such things, so.
Great. So I'm going to use her movement for 60 feet. So 5. Around Jubei, 30, 40, 50, 55. While I'm here, can I lean down and grab Selu?
You can certainly try.
Okay, how do you want me to do that?
Athletics check, please.
Sure. It's a dirty 20. I'll leave it there. It's a dirty 20.
Okay. With ease, actually, with the help of Jubei's rope for leverage, you reach down as you ride through and grab Selu, and there's this moment where your body hitches backwards, and then Selu breaks free.
Awesome.
Nice.
I only have 5 more feet of movement with Navara, so I'm going to take that 5 feet, and if the vines attack me, then...
Okay. And Selu has moved along as well.
And then I'm going to take the dismount action for half my movement.
Okay.
And I'm going to dismount on this side.
Sure.
Draw my glaive. And I'm going to hold an attack action if any of the vines
So you've already used your action.
Okay, that's fine. You're right.
But
I'd like to rage as a bonus action.
there you go. Go ahead and click end of your turn, sir.
Ooh,
Hang on, do you want to see what happens here?
What happens?
Oh, right. Yes, please.
Okay, so I rolled
I see.
a 6, which is
Fun stuff.
The eye. Okay. Until your rage ends, you are surrounded by multicolored protective lights. You gain a +1 bonus to your AC. And while within 10 feet of you, your allies gain the same bonus. Holy shit, that's
Ooh,
good.
That's
fancy.
Tell me what that looks like, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. So as Kai dismounts, actually, probably as Kai is riding across this little clearing here, you see his eyes start to glow this like soft light, but also you see these tattoos. One tattoo in particular. I forget, Gabe. Did we narrate where the eye was? I feel like I've rolled this before.
It was on your back.
Okay, so yeah, on my back, where my sash is no longer covering my shoulders, you see one of the tattoos light up in the shape of an eye. And the light swells, and then as I dismount Navara, it kind of like bursts around me, and you see this just kind of like aura emanating from me. It's like a light, like kind of like a moonlight color.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Awesome. Go ahead and click end for me, sir.
Nice.
And
Danger.
we are to Reese.
Okay. I am far away from enemies, which is good. Reese is Selu is out of the ground.
Selu is out of the ground and will be free to move on their turn pending.
Okay, then I am, for the first time since I was connected to Lux when the warning happened, I am going to look at the vine that is next to Selu, and I'm going to Eldritch Blast them. Just throwing my staff up and just shooting the bolts right at the vine.
Awesome.
The garbage. Does a 13 hit?
13 hits.
Sweet. Takes 4 force damage, and then Lux dives after the light, like a cat following a laser pointer, and jumps in. And for my bonus action, I'm going to order them to attack.
Okay. So before you do, the light hits that bit of vine and scatters it.
Okay, cool. Then she pounces to that
Okay.
and realizes it's gone,
Oh, cute.
and then pounces back towards the other one and bites that one.
All right, do it.
You ever seen that?
He's
So fierce.
Ever seen the video of the Arctic fox diving?
The dive?
Yeah.
Yes, it's absolutely the dive. Absolutely the dive. Okay, they got a 12.
Okay, they hit.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. I forgot to press the button for that. Next time I'll do that. So when Lux hits, it does 6 damage. The bite
Okay.
does. It's this snap, and then they get her past, and then there's a pop, like an explosion of light behind it. That's the other damage.
Okay.
Cool.
So it auto fails its save. So
Ooh. It takes an additional 7 points of radiant damage.
Jeez.
okay. It removes from the map. It just the
So it's like a-
vine
It's like a
deteriorates.
thunderclap, and then it's gone.
Yeah.
And then that is our turn.
Okay. So before Selu's turn, at the end of the round, you hear this grinding, roiling rumble, and everyone jerking your head to the source of the sound. The other statue gets up
Oh, snap.
Come
And
on.
be-
We knew this was happening.
and begins to move.
No, but now
Save
I'm
it.
in danger zone.
Selu, it is your turn.
Is range of vision supposed to be low right now? Because I can only barely see where there we go.
Misty.
What up, Earth Elemental? Sure. In BD, let's see.
So Reese totally yelped when we first got grabbed. He yelps again when it moved. You teleported me to Danger Boy.
So Selu still grasped on to. Yeah, Selu still grasps on to Kai. Or, no, Kai pulled me up and then got off the horse, right?
I did, yes.
Okay, so I'm not on Kai. So, coming around Navara, kind of still propelled along that trajectory, seeing this thing move, Selu, like, stops for a minute and remembers the moment of the people passing in front of them up on the summit and concentrates for just a brief moment, and then suddenly the forest comes alive around the statue and starts lashing out at it, vines popping up and trying to grab on and hold it in place, as well as I cast Entangle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Taste its own medicine.
It's probably pretty strong, but it felt appropriate to the moment. So,
I'm loving it.
yeah, 20 foot cube area of effect. So just kind of it's centered on that, this whole area, like just right over top of it. Becomes, even if it doesn't fail, even if it fails the save DC 13 strength saving throw, the area is still difficult terrain.
All right. For some reference there,
Yeah.
as the vines lash up around it, it slowly moves its leg, and the vines just snap as they're attempting to entangle it.
Fair. So it's not restrained, but the area is still difficult terrain, and that is, I will, for thematic purposes, kind of like draw my Eskrima sticks, but that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Missed.
So missed only frame of reference for fighting things by the waterfall. And seeing that he's in the front line over here, he's going to run up here, right outside the bramble, and okay, intent and focus. I've seen Jubei do this, and he will cast Burning Hands and extend his hands forward and just shoot blue flames from his fingertips.
Oh, that's so cool.
In a 15-foot cone.
All right.
Ahead of him.
And the save
DC 13 Dex save.
fails miserably.
Okay.
The magic. You did the magic.
Right? Come on, G-spots. Not G-spots. Below average. 331. So 7 points of fire damage. And anything flammable in that cone gets set alight.
Okay. There are a lot of burning brambles at the moment.
Yeah.
And some moss and dried twigs that were shoved into the elementals' inks are lit ablaze.
And as the fire kind of fizzles from his hand, not looking nearly as vibrant as Jubei's, he'll kind of like duck and cower. Oh shit! It wasn't as good as I wanted it to be. And we'll take the disengage action and finish the rest of his movement running backwards towards the group.
Okay.
Run away.
Right.
All right. Jubei, it is your turn.
Does this elemental look like it's hostile?
It has come alive and started moving, and it is moving towards you.
Okay, 5, 10, 15.
Keep seeing that background. On Bill.
Oh, it'll be your turn one day. It'll happen one day.
It would have been your turn this time, but I couldn't find a decent picture of you.
That's a trick.
So I'm going to take only a third level. Okay, I'm going to take an attack. I don't want to use my longsword on it, but you know what? I'm going to do something you've never seen Jubei do. I will take a swipe at it with my glaive.
Okay.
Your
The
walking
walking
stick.
stick.
My walking stick. It's a naginata, but yes, it's walking stick.
Roll to hit, good sir.
That is going to be a 12 plus 4, so a 16.
As you swing the blade down, it ding
That is
knocks
why,
some of the rust off.
that's why I didn't want to use the sword. And I have nothing for bonus action economy, so that will be it.
Okay. And you're gonna end your turn right there?
Yep.
Alright. At the end of Jubei's turn, before Kai's turn, there is a rustling sound in the woods from behind the elemental, and you all see leaping over a bramble comes the Kestrelix.
Oh, shit!
Oh, snap.
And as it darts forward, you see a figure on its back, turned away from you, reach a hand up, and it flashes. And there is a bright, blinding white light. And everyone flinches for just a moment. And the Vix lands, continuing further, and the figure slumps off. As you see, lying on the ground next to the Kestrel Vix, holding a small crystal in their hand, is Vizila.
Knew it.
And that's where we're going to end tonight.
No. I love it.
Sweet.
So good.
Ah, the suspense.
Like it.
I love Vizila.
Was she riding
So
the
good.
Kestrel Vix, or is she the Kestrel Vix?
They were riding the Kestrel Vix.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Little awkward, strange
Knew it.
Vizila.
Yeah.
All right. And to carry forward with trying to embrace Bill's tradition, let's roll for
Okay.
accolades.
It's the Forever DM's tradition.
All right. 20 to 15.
Ugh.
18.
Wait, did 3 of us just get 8?
Got an 8.
I got 18.
18. Okay.
Mm.
Got it.
15 to 10.
I'm
10
fine.
to
This is where the
5.
ones come.
Okay. Cool. 8s roll off.
I got a 7.
Okay.
18.
Again. 17.
Oh!
Oh, okay.
So Sean, Jacob, Patrick, and then me, and then I think Bill.
Yes.
Yep. All right. Sean, you're up first.
Alright, let's see. God, I loved all your old stuff tonight. Everybody got some really good lines in. I out of principle refuse to give it to Bill just because of all the terrible dad jokes.
I call that a win, Bill.
They weren't bad jokes. They were awesome jokes.
Say bad jokes or dad jokes?
I said dad jokes.
They are Jubei jokes.
Jubei jokes. There you go. Honestly, I was very impressed by Reese tonight. The small moments with Lux are always super cute. The whole interaction, and this is for Jacob too. Like that interaction you all had, both of you all played that out really well, and just really kind of empathetically as your characters, and that was really cool. But yeah, I love Miss relationship with Reese, and then watching you play Reese this evening was wonderful.
Thank you.
Awesome. Jacob, you're up.
So mine, God, there was so many good moments tonight, but I think what put a smile on my face the most, barring the horrific scene of the pheasant eating contest, Kai, the moment with the horses and working with Mist, of like you coming in and like correcting where everybody had put everything.
Yeah.
Of like, no, you have no idea what you're doing with horses. Just hold on. It was great. I had that moment, and like I saw that moment very clearly of the party and that interaction, and that was like the standout for me. Of like, it's always the small things, like the big moments I love, but like the small ones that really pop are my favorites. And I loved that little scene.
Me too.
Awesome. Patrick.
Mine was gonna go. It's a little selfish, but to Seilu with the whole thing in the garden, and I had a hard time with this because I loved that moment of like the connection and like they have people to depend on now, but also Mist being like, this is family now, like this is a home. This was that session of like, okay, we're in this together. I love it.
There's a lot of that from everybody tonight, and
Yeah.
everybody had their moment of like,
Yes.
all right, we're in this together, wherever it goes. It was a really cool theme of the night, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Awesome. Derek, you're up.
So mine's gonna go to Bill. This was like something that happened right off the bat, right when we got into the session, when we were still split up, and like we were honestly kind of, we haven't even gotten into the role play yet. We were kind of like joking around, and you did the whole like, and the scene cuts to Jubei, and he's talking to Sandy or whoever it was, and he was like,
Over.
yeah, they're really stand-up guys. Like they would never do anything without me or something like that. Like I like have seen those moments in TV so many times, and like to have that happen in the session was I like Jacob said earlier, I saw it in my head and it made me really chuckle. So that was my favorite moment.
I can concur there. Last but certainly not least, Bill.
Actually, Kai has been very much a fish out of water in this campaign. I mean, so far. I mean, other than being on the road. But, like, coming into the city, him not knowing anything about currency, anything like that, taking everything we tell him for face value. But seeing him come into his own when we were getting ready to travel and we were all dealing with horses, it's like, Jubei, he's got some military training, but he also has been trained to recognize when someone has a skill better than his. So, yeah, Kai's whole reaction with the horses of naming them and boarding them and everything like that, I was impressed with.
Yeah, naming my horse was pretty solid. That was another.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But
Thanks,
I had to name my horse after some Japanese dish.
No, I love
That's
it.
good.
For me, down the list, Mist. It was a little thing for me tonight for Mist, but it was the constant seeking connection. Seeking connection with the moon, seeking connection with your powers, with trying to channel fire the way Jubei does it, or doing the aurora. It was like feels like a theme for Mist in my head is seeking connection, and it was so well done. Jacob with Seilu, the flower and Vizela was what was the standout for me. That was like everybody had great moments, but that was the little one that stood out for me for Selu, of just a cherry on top role playing moment.
Thanks.
Patrick, with Reese, same thing with the conversation with Sandy, both in the shop and at the end. Just gorgeous little moment where you reached out and forged that connection to where that character and you will remember each other in the future. Derek with Kai, I have to echo Bill's statement tonight that your one-liners in these big social settings, Kai tends to kind of drift towards the backdrop just a little bit. But then you have these moments where it's like, no, wait, what are taxes? Or, the naivete of Kai when it comes to the quote real world and how that is played into his interactions with the rest of the world tonight was just golden with the horses and how you kind of led the charge on that, and then handed the gold back to Jubei at the end. Is those little moments. And Bill with Jubei, there were several really, really good, deep, impactful role-playing moments with Jubei tonight, I think, for everybody. But I've got to give you props for sitting at that table and going 9 pheasants deep. I threw that in there on a lark, and I should have known. Such good. As far as who is taking the inspiration tonight, I think most of you are still banking your inspiration.
I used mine tonight.
Need to get you to start spending that more.
I mean, we might adopt the use it or lose it.
I will not force that on you after the fact. But
I will say we haven't had a whole lot of opportunities the past couple sessions.
Yeah.
Means more combat, damn.
Noted. Raise your hand if you have, or if you do not have. Excuse me.
I believe I have.
I do not have.
So just Sean and Jacob do not have. I think I am gonna have to go with Sean this week. Those seeking connection moments for me are role-playing gold, and you are, as a player and as an actor in the process, I've seen so much come out of Mist today that were just those single moments of seeking connection that I would like to reward that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed it and enjoyed this interesting little reveal at the end.
I know we're only supposed to be given one here, but Bill legitimately Jubei hit so many different aspects of Jubei tonight that were just awesome. I know we get the dad jokes a lot, and we get the comedic moments that pop out whenever Jubei interjects into those things that are just really funny and good opportunities, and it's great. But the serious moments with Drusillin and getting to see that side of Jubei was super cool tonight. I gotta make sure that gets brought home in here as well. It wasn't just the pheasant eating contest. It was so much of everything of Jubei that
The thing about Jubei is he's escaping his world as much as he can through leaving home, even his personality. He craves the simplicity things in life, and he's a sword fighter. He would have loved to join the list and fight in there with Kai and everything like that, but you know what? He'd rather go eat pheasants. He's got nothing to prove to anyone except for himself, but he does want to enjoy life and have fun over nonsense. It's the interjection of the little dad jokes. I see him as just a different culture. You know, very dry delivered humor.
There was a lot of facets to Jubei tonight, and I really appreciated those.
Mhm.
Yeah, we got to see a side of Jubei tonight, dealing
Yes.
with the kind of court aspect or formal aspect of his culture that we've not gotten to see out of him yet, and it was beautiful. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope anybody catching that. We still got quite a few viewers in chat right now, and thank you very much for watching and bearing with us as the party finds their direction and discovers something interesting about an awkward individual that they have met. And we'll see how that goes forward. As a flash of blinding light came from Bazila's hand, and the elemental went back into its statue form.
And I've been having fun with the backgrounds. This is the second time I've done it. If you have any pictures of a member of the Forever DMs you would like for me to add to a funny background, you have 2 weeks to get them to me.
Can it please not me? Can it please not me? It's been 2
And
weeks
find me
already.
some pictures of everybody else. I mean, that's the way it's going.
Fine. Fine.
Thanks to Gabriel, I do have a nice pool of pictures of Derek now. So
You're welcome.
give me some pictures I can cut from, and definitely it'll be off of you for a while because it's off of Gabe.
All right.
And as a reminder, we do have Breakfast and Dragons this Saturday morning, so be sure to catch us there. We'll be doing one of our 2 giveaways there, and the other one, catch us on Twitter. If you follow us, you will catch the notification for when we do the giveaway there as well. So hope you join us. Hope to see you all again.
I was going to say, if you don't follow us, if you follow us on Twitter and you don't follow us here, follow us here. If you follow us here and you don't follow us on Twitter, you get where I'm going. Make a match.
And on that note, after a lovely Tuesday evening and a long session, thank you very much for playing, gentlemen. Thank you very much for watching, and have a wonderful night.
Night, everybody.
Thank you. Night.